everybody, welcome back to the Pylon Show. This is episode number 102, and this is going to be a very fun episode because that's also the combined age of us three. It actually could be. It might be. I don't know.
I think it's actually low.
Yeah, that actually might be
I think we're more
a little
than
bit low for us. That's kind of funny. I just came up with that off the top of my head. Ooh,
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, thank you. This is going to be a really fun episode. I've been looking forward to this. We've had this on the Blackboard on the Pylon Show Discord private chats for a while. Is something I wanted to do. This is kind of a throwback episode, talking to two people that have been around since the beginning of time. Two of the very original casters in all of StarCraft, Moletrap and Diggity. It's going to be fantastic. How are you guys doing today? Moletrap, how are you doing, man?
Doing great.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. Like if you add everything together, because this being here and talking with you guys is fucking fantastic. I haven't slept since yesterday. I have a headache. I'm kind of malnourished, but like all that is well offset by this. I'm really looking forward to this. So
All right.
good.
Well, I'm glad that you can be malnourished and have a headache and still be happy here. I'm happy to hear that. And then we have Diggity, who is in his car holding a Blue Yeti on a laptop. I love this. How are you doing, Diggity?
Hopefully the laptop doesn't run out of power. This is like true Brood War. Like this is essence of Brood War casting right here, I think. Despite appearances, this is actually a huge break for me. Your timing on this was perfect because I wouldn't have been able to do this next week or the previous week, but this week I can do it because my wife is off work. And so she's able to take care of my kid, but that is why she might make an appearance in the background here. But that is why I'm isolating myself in the car, because my current living accommodation does not have a private space to make this happen. So here, this is my sound studio for now. And oh, it's so nice to be able for just a couple hours have time to sit and talk and nerd out. And oh, this is glorious.
I totally am with you on that. We were talking before the show. I have the cheat mode of having a gate that does not allow any children into my office during the Pylon Show. So thank you for joining us from your car. This is a first for the Pylon Show, and I hope not a last.
Trendset.
All right. So we'll talk more about you guys and like give you guys a proper introduction after we go through some of the sponsors and everything this week in StarCraft. But let's go ahead and do that. Before we get into the topics, we do have a small proud announcement to make. We hit the 100,000 download milestone on Podbean alone. Don't forget, you can get this show in podcast form. I know a lot of people are busy, don't have time. So, I mean, you can check out on Spotify and SoundCloud and Podbean and iTunes and Stitcher. We have it absolutely everywhere. So thank you, everyone, for checking it out there. I appreciate you all. Also, a big thanks to our $100 patrons, Shane, Jerry Wang, Astrofin, Mannered, Blinker, and, of course, the rest of our supporters. You can check out patreon.com/ThePylonShow. This is how the show is funded. So definitely appreciate you guys. And of course, check out ThePylonShow.com. It has all of our links to everything, all those podcasts I mentioned, all the social media. It shows when the next episode is. It's where you drop questions for the Patreon Q&A. It has the live stream. It has all the patch notes. It's like literally, it's called ThePylonShow.com for a reason. So go there if you want the Pylon Show. All right. Also, Matcherino, of course, always a very important part of the show and funding the show. Check it out, matcherino.com/ThePylonShow. And they're helping us out. We have some additional sponsors this week. So let's go ahead and sell out to them for a moment. Guys, let me talk to you a bit about Wicked Cuts. That's Cuts with a Z. These guys make premium craft jerky with lots of flavors. There's original peppered beef jerky and teriyaki turkey that are 100% natural ingredients and are gluten-free. You like something a little bit more sweet? Orange teriyaki beef, applewood bacon jerky, bam, done, easy. Or are you more into spicy food like me? What about sriracha-style bacon and volcanic jalapeno beef, or as I like to call it, hot lava jalapeno? Those sound good. Or maybe you're one of those psychos who can handle things that make normal people's mouths melt. the things that make people cry, that they wonder why you eat it. Well, then there's Carolina Killa. And I think you know what that's spiced with. The Carolina Reaper, Scorpion, and Ghost Peppers. Seriously, though, if you try this one, let me know. I want to hear what that one's like. It sounds wild. Listen, check out the quest for Wicked Cuts on our events page on Matcherino. Thanks for checking it out. All right, so listen up. G Fuel. These guys have been around in esports for a good amount of time. I remember the first time that I saw them was when they started sponsoring IEM many, many years ago. So that's my little trip down memory lane. Now let's bring you down memory lane with a new flavor from G Fuel. Bubblegum. I remember bubblegum stuff from my childhood, and you should as well. Why don't you give this one a try? Not sold yet? That's okay. Guess what? No sugar. 0 sugar. Okay, that's good. We know. Everyone knows that's good. It's got antioxidants. Isn't that the stuff in green tea? Yeah, that's the stuff in green tea. And vitamins? Well, God, can you get any better in an energy drink? So listen, check it out. Check it out on our event page. And yeah, big cheers to G Fuel. Hope you guys enjoyed that. All right, the Matcherino code is potato this week. Type in potato. Print us free money. Matcherino money goes burr. All right, on to this week in StarCraft. Of course, you can check out This Week in StarCraft anywhere that you are checking out the show. Yeah, it's got everything that's going on. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Starting on page 3, some of the upcoming events we're going to be talking about: ESL Cups, Gold Series Team Championship 2020 Fall, DreamHack SC2 Masters 2020 Fall, Alpha X Junior Championship Season 9. Moving forward on page 4, ESL Open Cups, we have a list of upcoming cups that you can sign up and play in. Check it out. Go play in these tournaments. We have ESL Cup Korea, number 32. Armani took down Solar 3-2. Oh, Zerg vs. Zerg finals. I feel like there's a meme to be made. We also had ESL Cup EU. Well, it's really the Hero Marine Cup because he's won something like 14 cups now. It's just getting stupid at this point. I can't even. I don't know why I'm shocked every time I've switched the EU Cup and he's won again. I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be surprised anymore. But I'm like, how the hell do you win so many tournaments? It is absolute madness. Congrats. Yeah, he's going to get to the World Championship off only online cups. That's going to happen. All right. Congrats to Hero Marine for another win. We also have the NA Cup. We had parting over Armani 3-2 there in the finals. We also have a Gold Series Team Championship 2020 Fall. Dragon Phoenix Gaming up in the lead, but it's just started. Definitely do check this one out. And it looks like it's going to be on the Blizzard Game channel. So yeah, go there to watch. Definitely an important part of the scene right now. DreamHack StarCraft 2 Masters 2020 Fall Seasons. Group stages are beginning this week. I'm sure you've seen all the pros tweeting about it quite a bit. Definitely stay tuned. We'll be covering those as they move forward. We have the Alpha X Junior Championship Season 9. We have the top 4 right now with Arog Fire against Ghosty and Exo Striker against Baby Marine, who is, of course, the younger brother of Raynor. So very fun to see this, guys. Everyone in it is 15 years old or younger and entirely too good at StarCraft when they were 5 years old or less when it came out. It just blows my mind. So I lose StarCraft games to people who were born after the game came out. And I'm like, what? I've played for 20 years. This shouldn't be happening. But it does. These kids are talented. Check those out, guys. All right, moving forward this week in StarCraft, we had the GSL Code S Season 2 Finals. You probably don't want to watch this, but you probably already saw it. Rogue, 4-1 over Sats. Dude, did you
go
guys...
watch it to support Artosis? Because
yeah, there you go. Give us some more views there. It won't take much of your time.
I actually have been busy, and I was planning on going and watching it, but you're telling me
I'm going to save you time, dude. Yeah, it was okay. It was definitely bottom 3 finals of all time.
Wow.
And some people are saying bottom 1. I asked Tasteless after the cast, I'm like, okay, what was worse, Inca versus Nestea or that? And he was like, look, when Inca played Nestea, at least the game was still new. That was his answer. That's how bad the finals was. Diggity, you saw it, right?
Worse than Inca Nesty. Potentially.
I browsed through it.
Yeah, no, it
saw
was.
how bad a crush it was. I think
The final game.
I
was the
stopped
worst
after
league I've
game
ever
3.
Yeah, well, that was the right call. Rogue smashed him, guys. It was really, really sad. Congrats to Rogue. He's the greatest ever. He has the most championships. It's insane. Yeah, people are saying in the chat the stats took a game. Did you watch that game? Rogue gave stats a game. Okay. Okay. Anyways, moving on. GSL finals. Check it out if you want. we'll have the new season starting soon. It'll be better, I promise.
Love the self promotion.
Yeah.
Top notch.
Thanks.
Gotta be real.
All right. We have the War Chest Team League. Benny and the boys ended up taking it down over the War Pigs at the end of the day. No big surprise to see those two teams at the end of it. Congrats to the Muslim and his band of merry men winning the War Chest Team League. Definitely a very successful and cool tournament. Thanks to Blizzard for running it. We have Olima League, number 200. Wow, that's a lot of Olima Leagues. DRG beat Cure 3-0 in that finals. Congrats to DRG, who said the OSC King of the Hill Weekly, where our king this week was none other than Special. Chairman Bly also had good runs. Very cool. Check it out on Creighton's channel. We have the Master Swan Open from Cranky Ducklings. The Kyojin 3-2 over Secret Ninja in that finals. The Sentimiento Latino tournament had Eggs taking it down over Zerglord, Paco Mike in third place, Jim Rising in fourth. And I believe that's also, yeah, that is on Cranky Ducklings as well. We have Tornado Rebirth of StarCraft 2. Half-Breed defeats Dastan 3-2 in the finals there. And that was a completely Chilean tournament. So you can check that out over on Demon Swap's channel or Cranky Ducklings in English. Chastika Poor Ire. All right, a TVT finals. Silas takes on Cosmos in the finals, commentated by Kobex. Congrats to him. 2020 NA Apprentice Season 4. We are down to our round of 8, it looks like. Future, Calabarakas, Nina, Asuna, Dolan, Starkiller, Pili Pili, and Creature. Yeah, you can check this out, and it is over on Creighton's channel on Twitch. Sugar 2vs2 Cup. We had Practice X and Mick Monroe take down Knight and Larry in the finals. That's a great ID, Larry. Oh, it just makes me think of Impractical Jokers. I love that show. Larry! All right, well, he lost the 2vs2. That's where he is, Joe. All right, moving on. I don't know if anyone watches that show in the whole world but me. I told the Twitch chat once that I like that show. They're like, oh, my dad likes that. I'm like, oh, okay.
Is that his ID, or is that actually just like his name? And he's just like, I'm not going to use an ID. I'm Larry. That's who I am.
It's a great name to just use as your ID.
Hey, if Jadong can use his name as his ID, you know,
would it have worked as well if we were Korean born though?
Probably not.
Yeah, right. See,
I think if a Korean used the name Larry, that would be
that would be perfect.
That would be the best.
That'd be great.
Okay, moving on. We have ladder heroes from Fear Dragon. Looks like Cham wins NA and Showtime wins EU. Congrats to both. You can check that out over on Fear Dragon's website. We also have the Ao Dai Weekly number 47. Justice Simon takes down another one, beating Nooks 3-0 in the finals. Congrats to him. Streamed by Red Gunner Guy and SC4VN. It's definitely something you can take a look at. Alpha X Series Special 7. We had Clem 4-0 over Denver in the finals. Pretty dominating finals there from our French phenom. Congrats to him. And that was on Alpha X SC2 on Twitch. We also have the SCV Rush Open. Solier took down Fuzeri in the finals. That was number 222. Wow, I had no idea they were that deep. It's on SCV Rush 1 on Twitch. We also have Platinum Heroes Season 6. And that is a tournament where they have like a Discord and stuff for Platinum and Diamond players. You can check those both out. And Dysub ended up winning over Emizers. Congrats to Dysub. We have the Doyu Cup 2020. Rainer took down Cyril 4-1 in that finals. And yeah, it looks like Zest ended up getting third place. So congrats to Rainer for overcoming Cyril. Let's have the NA Team League Rumble 3. Alpha X leads the group standings with Team Exxon, Archangel Gaming, and Alpha X Latam locked in a three-way battle for second place. It's cast by Creighton Olsen, so check out his channel. We have the Singapore SC2 Online number 4. Leo Rusher took down Dark Impure 4-1 in the finals. And this, of course, is for local Singaporean players run by Red Gunner Guy with a prize pool and everything. Do check it out. The VOD is on nameless_SC2. All right, we have the Cock of the Walk. Vanya taking down Rail 3-1 in an all-Russian finals. Check it out, twitch.tv/chickenmansc. They also have a Patreon now if you want to support the Cock of the Walk weekly tournament. All right, we have Southeast Asia League. Singapore 4-3 over Vietnam in the finals. It's just a friendly nation war type tournament. Looks like a lot of close matches in there. Very cool. So congrats to Team Singapore for taking that down. You can see Red Gunner Guy's work getting those Singaporean players into some shape. Ended up winning. Very nice. You can check that out on Dax PH on Twitch. We have the 2020 StarCraft 2 Gold Sub-League Weekly Fall Season Tournament. August 22nd is going to be the round of 128 to 16. August 23rd is the top 16 to the championship. Do check it out. Winner, I'll buy you effing dinner from some drunk Canadian. Check it out on his Twitch. Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific time. If you win the tournament, you win yourself a dinner up to $30 delivery. We also have the Pizza Pie bi-weekly season 4, the original way to win your dinner playing StarCraft. Nina took this one down 3-1 over Cham. So congrats to Nina for a victory there. And that's actually her first pizza win. A little bit surprising, actually. I would have imagined that she'd won a few before. Congrats. Still 20 pizzas away from Star Killers, a ridiculous amount of pizzas.
You know, I've watched this. I've watched this show before. I didn't know that sometimes it was an hour and a half of StarCraft 2 tournaments.
Yes.
Not bad for a dead game.
I know. It's that actually happens. We've had This Week in StarCraft segments have been over an hour. It is
what? Well, because
yes.
you probably have people that know more about what's going on.
Yeah,
talking about them in more
sometimes
depth.
Talks come up, but there's also been ones where I just speed read it like this, and it's still 45 minutes long. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating just a little bit, but it's like, dude, there is so much going on. It's
That's
insane.
ridiculous, but it's amazing.
Yeah.
I had no idea, and I have watched the show before, but I usually tune in the middle, so I
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Well, Alessandro does a great job collecting every single thing going on in StarCraft and putting it all together in here. An important
Are the last few going to be like, and then Larry played a best of 3 against his brother for who had to do the chores.
Well, Larry would have to submit that into our Pylon Show Discord, and then
right.
maybe we'd talk about Larry versus his brother, Larry versus George. Let's see how it goes. All right. Banshees. We have some news about the Banshees. It's finally back with a new format. It's open and inclusive of all women. Swiss rounds, so players of any skill can participate and find appropriate opponents as the event goes on. Very cool. So that's all going to be in the Banshee Discord. You check that out. And it generally, in the past, Zombie Grub did a lot of commentating for it, but it looks like here it says Ragnarok Cat is going to be doing some there. So yeah, check out her Twitch as well. The Ace Commander Tournament. We launched a brand new co-op commander event program, Ace Commander, 6 months ago, and now have invited familiar anchors and players to jointly complete the challenge of Iman's army tasks, complete the challenge and earn points. So these are all very famous Chinese players that will be playing together.
Is it the same Zhaozi and F91 that was crushing Chinese Brood War 10 years ago?
That is not the same Zhaozi, but that is the same F91, yes.
Wow.
And let me see. That's Max said. That's the guy from War 3, if you remember him way back then. But yeah, everyone else is kind of newer. It's crazy that F91 still plays games. I think he actually plays a lot of Brood War right now and does some commentary as well. I'm pretty sure.
You have to be a special kind of crazy to still be playing a game after this long, huh?
Yeah, we'll be talking about that in a little bit. Absolutely. All right, so that one, I don't know what channel that'll be on, but we'll update you if we find out, guys. Yeah. Okay, La Espira podcast season 2, episode 2 is now out. This is the Spanish version of the Pylon Show in a lot of ways. If you speak Spanish, definitely check it out, laespira.com/podcast. Okay, La Espira Desafiantes, Fall 2020. 8-player invitational organized by La Espira and sponsored by Cranky Ducklings. You can check that out. The English stream will be on Cranky Ducklings. Streamer versus Twitch chat. Some drunk Canadian presents Up a Tree Zelda versus Twitch chat. Okay. I'm from Some Drunk Canadian. I'm starting a new series called Streamer vs. Twitch Chat, where the streamer will play 10 games against all and any challengers, preferably from Twitch Chat. Winner of each game gets $10. First up is Up a Tree. This Thursday at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 Eastern. I like it. I like it. I've always wanted to take my hatred of the Twitch chat out upon them. So maybe I should sign up for this. It looks like fun. All right. Well, good luck to the Twitch chat. Up a Tree Zelda is pretty damn good. All right. For the guys in the chat. Oh, yeah. This is the tournament that I'm doing with Rails. So thanks to Rails for hosting this tournament. This is going to have a $600 prize pool, and it's going to be played on the on NA. Obviously, you can choose your server with your opponent, and it's going to be streamed on my channel as well as Revolt SC2 on Twitch. And it's going to be great, guys. It's going to be on the 23rd of August, starting at my regular stream time, which is like 9:30 a.m. KST or so. Yeah, and it's going to be a great tournament for GM players and above. It's called For the Guys in the Chat. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. Hopefully Milad's watching and is going to be happy about something for once. Yeah, check it out. All right, we also have a Battle of the Americas, number 27 on August 29th. It's open to NA and LATAM citizens and residents only, including Special Cham and Kellisher, who have been banned from many tournaments in the area because they're too good. But there you go. It's always a sad thing to see. Cranky Ducklings. I love that one. All right. Copa Hyperion, number 4 takes place September 4th on July. Number 2. No. Okay, that's saying about a previous one. Yeah, check it out. Copa Hyperion. It's coming up. Terrancraft. Of course, he makes a lot of great articles on terrancraft.com. Definitely do check that out. The newest one, Thinking How to Make Better Decisions in StarCraft. I actually meant to read this. So thank you for reminding me this week in StarCraft. Yeah, check out terrancraft.com. He's always putting out really great articles and stuff. He's been on the show before if you want to check him out. His name is Max. Yeah, there you go. All right, Singapore StarCraft League, calling all Singaporean PRs. The SSL has open placement tournaments for registration December 2020. Of course, this should be run by Red Gunner Guy, most likely. He seems to run most of the stuff down there. Yeah, check it out if you're in that region. Seems to be thriving right now in Singapore. They did win that Southeast Asian team league. So yeah, check it out. Also, StarCraft 2, new short story series, One Mind with the People. Yeah, a new story came out for StarCraft 2. If you're into the lore, we have the link for you in the show notes. We also have another one called Daydream, and this one is the Terran version of it, I guess. Again, in the show notes. And another one called Operation Blind. And a lone Zergling must overcome its own nature by fighting to defeat the evil scientists. Okay, very cool. Check it out if you're into that lore. All right, this week in Brood War.
That is a beautiful picture.
Is that not the greatest picture?
Who is that?
That's
Larva.
Oh.
He's fantastic. All right, the Brood War G's Weekly. Zealot ended up winning this one over Scan in the finals. Looks like Casper got the furthest out of the non-Korean players because he had to play another non-Korean in the previous round. Congrats.
I'm really sad Boneth didn't seek through there.
Yeah.
I know there's high hopes for Boneth all the way around.
Yeah, no, he's really good, but as much as things change, they stay the same, and foreigners still can't fucking fight against Koreans. It's never going to change, I think. Congrats to Zealot for that victory. The Rookie Star League, are you a StarCraft 2 player that's looking to get into StarCraft remaster but can't find a community? Is the ladder laggy, etc.? 42 players hoping for more. It all begins August 22nd, so in a couple days. Guys, check out the Discord if you want to try to play some StarCraft 1. Because I know a lot of people that play StarCraft 2 get nervous about trying StarCraft 1 because of the differences mechanically, but this is the community for you.
Cool.
Okay, yeah. All-Star Co-op PvP mod. Okay, yeah, this is actually the co-op thing that I think that this has to do as well with that Chinese tournament that we were talking about with F91 in it and everything. I think, but I don't quote me on that. There seems to be some sort of co-op mod for the co-op setting where you can do some tournament stuff. Anyways, check it out. We have the links if you are interested. Starts in 9 days. Okay, there you go. It wasn't that long this week.
Sick.
That was this week in StarCraft. Oof.
Oof.
Okay.
It's pretty sweet though. There's so much damn stuff going on.
There is. It's pretty wild. But that's good. It's like
all over the world.
Yeah. And it's like, you remember how there was just no tournaments ever? It would be like so rare to see a tournament in StarCraft 1 back in the day.
That's what I was just about to say. Like this, the busiest day in 2009, as far as Brood War activities, were never even a quarter this large as far as all the activities happening.
But if there was like a tournament, you could have put $2 up and everyone would have played. It was like, oh my God. But I get ahead of myself.
I remember people doing
We should
that.
introduce you guys a little bit more closely here. Okay, so
people?
Let me give you guys like a brief intro and then you guys like proper intro yourselves and let people know who you are. So guys, StarCraft's an old game. It's 22 years old now. And Twitch wasn't always around, believe it or not. Even at the very beginning of StarCraft 2, it wasn't really much of a thing. Like Justin TV was out back then, but then take away even more years from that. And that's when these two started commentating. These are two of the absolute original StarCraft commentators, Moletrap and Diggity. You probably have seen some of their stuff on YouTube, even if you don't recognize the names right this second, because they were some of the first people to put stuff out. So you guys could kind of like introduce yourselves a little bit here, like who you are, how you got started, that type of thing, to let people know. So, Diggity, why don't we start with you? Tell us about Diggity.
Sure. I got started, man, let me work backwards. So I think I started watching in late 2006 because of that guy over there, because of Moletrap. He started posting YouTube videos, and back then it was extremely low quality and very hard to find a lot of the videos out there.
Ooh, burn Moletrap.
Burn! No,
extremely low quality.
And then there was a guy who...
Yeah, I used to, my voice used to come across in 240p. It was too bad. Back in the days of AIM. But anyway, he started linking me videos. I started watching them. Eventually, he came across a guy named Klazaart who did a lot of audio commentary, and it was like, finally, we got some English on top of it. So we started watching that. And then he stopped entirely, at which point there was nothing. There was no English commentary on YouTube whatsoever, which is when we got started, not because we're like, oh, we're so amazing at this and we're the excellent players, but because it was like, nobody else is doing this right now. And we think Brood War is amazing, and it feels like there should be English commentary on top of it so people can watch. So got started there. That kind of took off. I continued doing that all the way to the early days of StarCraft 2. Notable stuff. Some people say I invented Barcraft. That's in contention, but I'll take that title since it's been given. Particularly for legal reasons. I'm not sure I'm going to go into that story. I will say that like amazing Barcraft. Someone like try and trademark Barcraft or something?
If you want to, I can get into it. I think
no. If you don't want to get into it,
I'll go into whatever you want. Yeah.
So two of the guys back in the day who are responsible for some of the Barcrafts around the country, one of the guys was like, oh, well, I want to patent this. Or trademark. I'm going to trademark Barcraft. At which point his partner, who's an awesome dude, His partner was named Primadog. I wish he was still in the scene because he was incredible and did a ton of incredible things.
guy.
Like one of my favorite, he's a really cool guy. Actually got me into tea, which I'm a tea fanatic. But he basically said,
This is the
"There's
guy
no
that
way."
was serving us tea out of like
Yeah,
a
that's the same
traditional
guy.
tea set backstage at NASL for
Season
no
1.
reason.
But anyway, he basically said, like, there's no way you were the first or whatever. First of all, Diggity definitely had one before you. And if you try to trademark it, I'll basically bring him to court and be like, yeah, you actually own the whatever. And so I'm like, okay, I'll take that just so it stays open. I think Blizzard eventually said, no, actually, this is ours. I'm like, yeah, it's appropriate for Blizzard to have it. So anyway, did a lot of that organization, worked with NASL, getting them up and going, did a lot of tutorials for how to do commentaries on YouTube, got a lot of commentators started, got people started on Justin TV back before Twitch was named Twitch. It was called Justin, and got people into that, and also helped Twitch out a little bit with NASL and linking those relationships and getting some of their technical issues worked out, and then dropped off after that because it was like the ball's rolling, and I'm not sure I'm needed anymore, and I got super busy with work and marriage and kids, and that's the story up till this point.
That is excellent. I had no idea that Blizzard stole Barcraft from you. That's
I'm not sure if it's stole officially, but point being, I'm pretty sure that they own the trademark now. But point being, there was contention over it. I wasn't deeply involved with that, so I'm not going to say like, oh, that's the absolute story. But I do remember saying like, hey, if you need to come, would you? And I'm like, yeah, sure, if it means it stays open.
I remember going to Barcrafts that Diggity hosted like a year before anyone even used that word. Like, I'll vouch for him being the origin for sure.
I also want to give a particular shout out to Day 9 because he did a story where he was talking about being assaulted physically in an arcade. And I knew he had been physically assaulted, but I didn't realize the extent of it because he talked about that at the Barcraft that he went to down here. And it was like the next day, or it was very soon afterwards. I'm like, how baller are you that you just went through like something seriously mentally traumatizing and then came out and hung out with a bunch of StarCraft nerds immediately after. The dude's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he's a real StarCraft fan. There's no question about that.
Anyway,
excellent.
Side story. Move to Moletrap.
All right. Thank you, Diggity, for that. Moletrap, did you also invent Barcraft, or
no?
What's your story?
Quite.
Who are you?
Well, by the way, so since we're really old school, right? I said earlier we're old school. We're gonna need a chalkboard. So let me show you what year it was that we started casting.
Oh my god!
It was in 2007. So got my chalkboard here.
Yeah.
Since we're going old school. We started watching earlier than that, I think. But yeah, 2007 was when we started casting.
Damn.
Yeah.
So
when we started watching 2006 sometime because that was when. But anyway, we weren't able to actually start following the tournaments until 2007, I think. But anyway,
yeah.
That's when we started. It was an eon ago.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, Diggity and I go way back. Like we met in elementary school. So like that's why we were like in touch about all this StarCraft stuff. We hung out in college despite living in different parts of the state by going on Ventrilo and playing StarCraft together online, basically. Like
doing really bad 2v2.
2v2s or like 2v6 AIs or something like that.
Literally, our strategy in those days was I will distract them as long as possible and you get a quote unquote killing blow.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work these days.
Yeah. So it's like one of us would just like spam lings off one base and the other one would go 12 carriers and win or something. You know, it was bad.
Yeah. That was our entire strategy, which no, it doesn't work now.
The killing blow. No, it sounds good in theory if I never played a game before.
It was amazing theory in like 2000, 2001. Like that was solid. We won a lot of games with that, but
it worked in 2000. What was that? 8 when we went to that alpha 2v2 tournament at Blizzard HQ.
We'll get to that later.
All right. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, Diggity and I played StarCraft together, and so yeah, that's why when I found a Boxer highlight video and was like, "What is this? This is the game that I've been playing for years, and people are playing it in a crazy manner." When I first found it, I misread like the title or something like that. I thought they were programmers because I thought, well, no one can do this. Like these guys must be programming. These guys must be programming AIs to like perform these crazy tricks with their units and stuff like that. And then right later, I was like, oh no, actually they're like they actually people doing this. But yeah, so we started casting in 2007 because it was amazing to find the pro scene, and you know, it's like this crazy place where the nerds were the kings and people were you know, playing this awesome video game and making money at it in Korea and stuff like that. And yeah, when Klazaart he took a break, and so we just kind of filled in the gap basically. So that's how we got started. And then so yeah, so then the two of us and you know others casted on YouTube for a while. Got to give shout outs to Cholera and Rise and Nuke the Stars, and there's a bunch of people that just did stuff over the years.
Psionic Reaver,
but they're I think like some of the earliest ones. Oh yeah, Psionic Reaver as well. And we'll talk about that more later. But yeah, if you don't know, I actually then in 2010, I think, went to Korea, and I was
I think it was 2010, the end of 2010.
Yeah. Well, it was in like April.
2010.
It was in April.
Oh, okay. Then it was 2011 when you got there.
No, it was 2010. Maybe. I got married in 2010. He had to come back from Korea to be at my wedding, I think. So I'm almost positive it's 2010.
Okay.
Because you were in good.
Are you sure you remember your wedding date correctly?
I'm positive I remember my wedding date.
Well, because it might have been, yeah, because I went for a season and it was supposed to be like a tryout season, and then they I think they had said that they wanted me. Actually, they said, "Oh, well, you're going to be casting next week," and I'm like, "I already have a plane ticket home. What do you mean?" And so, because I had to come back to the U.S. to like get stuff in order and get my visa and everything. So, and I think that's that period in between before I flew back was when Diggity's wedding was. Anyway, either way, yeah, I was a Code A caster for a while. Just towards the beginning, not the absolute beginning. And then I ended up shifting over and doing League of Legends casting. I was the first English League of Legends caster in Korea, and casted the first season of LOL The Champions was the name of the title of their league. LOL The Champions. And with Torch, my man Torch as well. And then just before I left Korea, I did a little bit of StarCraft 2 casting right when like OSL shifted.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
OSL just shifted to StarCraft 2, like, and I did one season of StarCraft 2 OSL before I left Korea with Doa, who came over from GOM as well. Or actually, no, he had gone back to the States, and he came back over to Korea to rejoin.
Oh yeah, he did like IPL for a little bit or something, and then he came back out for OGN. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
Damn, you're jogging my memory with all this. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually,
through the haze.
I had to jog my. I don't know if we're gonna talk about it later, but I did a kind of a throwback thing a couple weeks ago that kind of forced me to try and remember some of this stuff also. So.
Yeah. Well, definitely want to talk about everything. So that kind of introduces you guys and who you are. You've been around forever. That's crazy. 2007. That's 13 years ago.
Jesus.
You started casting.
There are kids who are playing games, maybe even Brood War, that are that old, probably.
Yeah. Oh,
somewhere there's a 13-year-old that's playing Brood War.
Dude, 100%. And like, I mean, we just saw that StarCraft 2 tournament thing. There was like 13-year-olds in that tournament, that Alpha X Junior Championship. So it's like.
Side note, you know what I just found out this week? Is just looking it up, is that Ty, the GSL champion / commentator Ty, was 80 in Brood War, and that blew my mind.
Yeah.
I just found that out. So for people who do not know, Baby by a Baby, there's this kid, and they called him Baby because he was just this super young kid in Pro League. And
his first stage game was like he was 12, I think, right?
Yeah, he was like the youngest. I think he was the youngest gamer. I'm trying to think if there's.
I think he was the youngest
pro gamer license, right?
Yeah. And then I found out later. Oh yeah, he grew up and now he's StarCraft 2 champion / commentator, like Ultimate. And I was just like,
wow,
mind blown. Anyway, for those who do not know, Ty used to play Brood War, or TY used to play Brood War, and he was in Pro League, and that was Isn't that mind blowing? Now I'm blowing.
It is mind blowing.
Yeah.
Well, I
It's
definitely
funny
knew
because
that. It's
before-
my job to know that, but yeah.
Before you said that, I was actually even
Yeah.
thinking, like, I was literally thinking, man, there was that one kid, Bye Baby, and like, I'll bet he's grown up now. And then you're like, well, let me tell you a story.
Yeah. Yeah, he's won himself a little bit
He's
of
doing
money playing
okay.
StarCraft 2, and he commentates it as well, and it's pretty nice.
He's doing all right.
Yeah. Oh.
Cool.
Yeah, he was in the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals, right? Yeah.
He
round
wasn't
four.
He won last season of GSL.
Yeah, he won last
Season one
season.
this
He
year,
lost
yeah.
to stats this year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Got my brain. Okay.
Yeah.
I watch StarCraft 2 much more casually than I watch Brood War.
Yeah.
So it takes a little bit more like mental effort to like summon. Anyway.
Sure. So, okay, so 13 years ago, you guys started casting. Twitch was not even thought of yet at that point. Obviously, YouTube was technically around, definitely different than it is nowadays.
Different, yeah.
How do you, how do you even start to do this? Because I know you mentioned that you made like some guides on how to do this for people. Because back then, none of us knew how to do fucking anything, man. You could put a gun in my head. I'm like, you can't get video with your voice on it online, you fool. That won't work.
Impossible. Who does this?
Yeah. So how did you guys even go about doing this back then? Like, what types of programs? How did you get the games to commentate? How did you balance the level? Like, how did you do this? It was
So
it's
first
just
of all,
so different from now, where you just load up obs and do it in 2 seconds.
First of all, the expectations were much lower, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because back then there was no way. Second of all, I guess I was pretty technically oriented, so I figured out a lot of that stuff on my own, more or less, just kind of muddling through it. Initially, all the videos were done through the Windows Media Player, which I think was like Windows XP. You could just literally, so you would have to pirate a video, or not pirate, sort of pirate. It's gray market,
Half
whatever.
pirate at least.
Half pirate, because I found out late. That's a different. No, I'm going to get into that actually.
Oh.
So for a while in Korea, because Koreans didn't want to get sued by Blizzard, the studios, people wouldn't say they actually had rights to anything. Like if anyone said
that's
had
right.
rights, they'd be like, no, it's MSL
That's
Studios who has the rights, or it's GOM TV who has rights. And eventually Blizzard literally just said, Kespa, you have the rights to this. And now we are suing you, Kespa, which is also what leads to the open secret why we can't have LAN stuff anymore, but whatever. But anyway, so I don't know. We were in like gray water, because it's like we were downloading these, uploading them to YouTube. But the thing is if anyone DMCA'd us, they're basically saying like we own the content, at which point Blizzard would step in. And we didn't know at the time we were in that spot at all. In fact, there was like a weird back dealing thing that happened later that I'm probably not going to talk about.
We were
very backstabby.
We were all just like, well, you know what? This rug can be pulled out from underneath us at any moment, but it's good times. So we're just going to keep riding it. And, if everything crashes and like our entire YouTube gets deleted, then, well, we had a good run. So and we fully expected that like we were going to invoke the ire of these giant Korean mega corporations that had no effing clue we existed.
Still probably don't, but that's okay.
I think they know I exist now.
They know you guys exist, but they have no. Anyway, but anyway, so you load into Windows Media Player, you splice it. You needed to download it. Like sometimes Team Liquid would host a link, so you needed to get it from there or from Pirate Bay or wherever the torrent was back in the day. Actually, back in the day when they ran the tournaments, if you were going to watch the tournament like close to the actual air date, what you needed to do is you needed to have a torrent or the download thing to just download it really fast. And so everybody would be sitting in like IRC or other locations, sitting there like waiting for the new VOD link to come up so you could see who won the most recent OSL. And that was one of the things that's why YouTube for us, at least for me, when it started moving, was really amazing, because it was like, yes, we can get the content faster and things like that. But there were other, like if you wanted live, it wasn't possible. I did this thing called Yankee League. Shout out to Duran Parsi, who's head of Team Light. That was actually the most fun I've ever had casting anything in my entire life. Team Media was in it. Artosis participated. Had Team Light, had Team Media, had I'm trying to think, had SMI, had
Keeper, I think, was in it. Keeper.
There were a lot of old school people in that, and I think Castro, God bless him, his soul, was in that too, I think. And it was just, it was a lot of fun. But basically, I had to hop into a game, and I was an observer in the game, and I was shoutcasting effectively out through like Winamp, like old school Winamp, out to an audio stream.
Yeah.
So, and people would just listen to into the audio stream like it was old timey radio, which is actually how I prefer to cast. I realized like that's actually the best way to cast is old timey radio style, which is why I like the YouTube not a face thing. I like anonymity, but I won't get into that. That's one reason I'm kind of glad I never got into full time casting because I like anonymity. I don't like being the center of attention much. But yeah, that's how you did it. I will say shout out to everybody that was involved in Yankee League. That was seriously like when I think of warm fuzzy memories involved with Brood War, that is like the very first thing I think of. And all the fun that was had with that and all the players associated. And that really got me. I feel like I was kind of like waffling whether I was going to continue doing commentating until I hit Yankee League. And then I was off from there. And I can even remember the very first game I live cast, which was Skew versus Yosh on Luna.
Oh, wow.
That was like a special moment for me. I'm like, yeah, anyway.
Do you remember who won that one? Skew versus Yosh?
I think Yosh won that
Yosh,
one.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, like Yosh would have won that.
Cool.
It's funny because I can remember like bits and pieces of the game itself, but I can't remember.
No, it doesn't matter. I completely forgot about Yankee League. I'm pretty sure we won that at the end, didn't we?
Yeah, Media. I think it was Media versus Light in the finals.
Yeah, I believe. I feel like I remember that day and getting really heated against someone that was in Light.
It really
I can't remember. That
ass.
sounds like me though, so it's probably true.
Artosis is getting heated playing StarCraft? No. No.
Amazing. Yeah, so okay, so you're like casting out through Winamp.
So then later on, and by the way, I just gotta say, Diggity, that was so old school that you
goes on the chalkboard.
You manifested a crate of 64 Crayola crayons into existence in front of your computer. So old school that old school things are popping up around my computer. It's amazing. I got a chalkboard.
We didn't have 64 colors back then. You're lying.
Right? No, this was the old. This was like the biggest
colors.
Eight colors. This was the biggest pack when we were growing up.
That's
Do
all
they have bigger packs than that now.
Yeah. Oh, they have like freaking couple hundred packs or something, don't they?
Damn. Why do you even need that many shades of blue?
I haven't been a kid in a long time, so I'm not
me
exactly sure.
Crazy. Oh man.
Well, then later on, we ended up getting some like really ratchet streams that like Team Liquid, someone on Team Liquid would get going, and you'd have to get the I forget the protocol that we use, but some internet protocol.
RMCP, yeah.
Yeah, and you'd have to actually boot up VLC and like physically type in.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
I remember trying to watch stuff through that. Yeah, that was
And
you needed Adobe Media Player to like stream it out, and
so like we would all just like be so happy when someone on Team Liquid like figured out a restream for us, and it was usually like 240p quality or something like that. But yeah, so then what we ended up doing, the first like live cast that we did were where we would shoutcast on Winamp, and then that would happen, and we'd be telling people over Winamp what the link is for the stream, and people would have to try and sync it up manually, where they'd like pause the stream until what we said happened, or vice versa, and like get it synced up so they'd have two media players playing to try and watch like these live events that we those are like first. You kids in your Twitch.
Yeah, you kids in your Twitch.
You don't know about how we casted uphill both ways in the snow.
Casted uphill.
Also, if we got 40 viewers, that was insane, right? I remember one time I think we hit like 800 viewers on one of those, and we're like, "Oh my god, StarCraft's getting on ESPN now! Like, this is the next big thing." And like it was.
But that's 800 people who are like, twisting their computer in a knot and like staying up till 3 a.m. Like that's significant.
Yeah, it's true. You used to have to stay up to like 2 a.m. to make that happen.
Oh yeah, for the live stuff. That was
for all the live stuff. If you were gonna watch it, you were gonna watch it. Either you were waking up early or you were staying up late, and that was the only option.
Because we started off doing stuff on YouTube, obviously, but then like, when it seemed like it might be possible to do some kind of a live thing, like that's the real cool stuff, right? Like, oh, let's do it live. Let's like actually watch it happen, because then there's no way anyone can get spoiled by an article before they watch the VODs or anything like that. So, yeah.
I gotta admit, I was really spoiled in that time. As Sem gave me the login password for the OGN website, so I got to actually watch the live Korean stream through there.
Nice. I think I got one of those once or twice. Like not a login, but the direct link to the OGN stream like once or twice. Maybe I think it might have just gotten shared on Team Liquid once or twice or something like that.
Yeah, I also should
But I
give a
remember
shout
that,
out.
and that was the good stuff. You're like,
Got to give a shout out to
"Oh."
Vilatok and Basie because they were the first guys. I don't even remember what studio they were attached to, but they managed to get some of the raw stuff and send it over, and it was much better quality compared to what you got on any of the restream. Because if people were uploading restreams, it was like the 240p streamed over the internet, like blocky, just not the high quality stuff. But then they started sending the high quality stuff, and also it just feels like things improved rapidly from there.
Basie, wasn't it?
Yeah, Basie and I think Vilatek did it for a while, a different guy.
Did he?
Yeah, I think so. He did it before Basie did it, and then he handed it off to Basie.
Before. Okay.
If I'm remembering correctly, I could be wrong.
I don't know.
But then, yeah, like Fraps came out, and you could get high quality live recording on your actual computer and all sorts of stuff. And that in Virtual Dub, I started doing stuff in Virtual Dub instead of Windows Media Player, which is the next step. And then, man, once like OBS came out, the OBS, like that was just like mind blowing comparatively to what we had to go through to get things uploaded previously. Now you can literally just download a program, highlight your desktop, start recording, and you're done. Then it was like you had to put in multiple hours of work. In fact, for a while, my life was I go in, I do I wake up in the morning, I go to my actual job, which I had mostly automated at that point, so it really wasn't super taxing in that period of time. And then I would come home, immediately start casting StarCraft, set everything up, and just have it encoding overnight. So and that was like what I did. And so, and you couldn't play games then because it would slow down the encode and it wouldn't be done. A whole bunch. Yeah, it just that's what life was.
People often didn't realize that like a 20-minute game to put on YouTube was at least 3 hours of work. And it wasn't like constant work, like you have to sit there and crank a handle for 3 hours or anything like that, but it was like you had to pay attention to it for 3 hours. I remember there was one game where I casted it and it literally took like 9 or 10 hours to get this game up because I casted the game and there was an audio problem with the recording and I had to cast it again and there was something else that happened. And so then now I export the game and that screwed up. And I had to do that again, and that screwed up again. I had to do it 5 or 6 times before it finally worked, and I got a file that was uploadable. And then I had to go on my freaking 1/2 of megabit internet on DSL and try and upload this to YouTube, and YouTube had no...
totally feel like we're old guys complaining about the old stuff.
That's the point of this broadcast, Diggity.
I do want to talk about one particular cast that actually involved Artosis.
Wait, I'm not done with my 10
okay, you go ahead, and I got a thing.
Get off my lawn, Diggity.
We got time for everything, guys.
We got time. We got time.
All right, I'll be quick. But basically, YouTube didn't have any sort of resumption of upload, and so I would upload for 3 hours, and then like my internet would hiccup, and the whole thing would be lost, and I have to start over again, and I had to babysit it. So one time I literally had to export something like 5 times and upload it 4. And finally, after 9 hours of sitting at my computer, I got this one game online. So yeah, it was actually like, it was basically, and there was a time when we were, when I was casting and putting 15 videos on YouTube in a week. And so it was just like all my time.
To be fair, some of that would be like you had a 45
and I enjoyed every minute of it. Like, that's
I know, it was great. There'd be a 45-minute game, but you'd need it had to be shorter than 10-minute chunks because YouTube had an upload limit for a while, unless you were sponsored content, which we weren't by a long shot in that period of time. But no, I remember one particular cast that was you versus Jeff In Control Robinson for WCG, and I was sitting in my where I lived then. It was very close to a military base. And so they're jets that fly overhead quite often. And you guys, I think it was for a qualifier, and I think it was game 3 of a qualifier. You guys played like a 3-hour game on, I think, Python.
Oh, with the ultras versus the medic walls.
The ultras, yes.
That's right. That was the I think we played in the finals of the US Open. That's what that was, I believe.
And I think it was for a spot, right?
Wow.
It was for a spot for the Pan American Championships, which I then won, and then his jock friend that ran the tournament gave the spot to him anyways. Yeah, that was...
I cast... So it's a 3-hour long game. I got 45 minutes into the cast, a jet flew overhead. Started over. I got another hour.
Started over.
I got another hour and a half into the game. Another jet flew over, and I had to
Oh my
restart
god!
the thing. And
At
I'm
a
like,
certain point, you just let a jet fly through.
Somewhere this audio is here, and I actually gave up at that point. I'm like, I'm going to stop every half an hour to make sure I got video. And so I actually had like a little timer to the side and was like recording. But anyway, that's also inspirational because like honestly, like watching you fight in that game for 3 hours, like over a WCG.
That was a long game. That was a long. I can't remember exactly how long it was, but that was like I think we mined out the map eventually.
Yes, you guys were playing on a mined out map for at least 40 minutes.
Yeah,
and like these guys love Brood War and they're fierce competitors. They love this.
It was a crazy one. Damn, is that still on YouTube somewhere?
I don't know if that got uploaded to WCG someplace.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so it didn't end up going to YouTube. Someone might be able to find it. It's probably lost in time. If someone can find it, I would like to see it. But you can actually, in bits, you'll hear me pause, and it's like the audio stops. And that was me like pausing everything to make sure I got everything, and then starting it back up again, trying to cut out the scene.
It's interesting because we kind of talked about this before, the fear of retribution of the DMCA or whatever, right? And I remember because you said like, is that still on YouTube? When StarCraft 2 came out, a lot of people got it in their head that if they had StarCraft 1 content on their channel, it would forfeit any opportunity they had to monetize their StarCraft 2 content. So a lot of YouTube casters deleted their library when StarCraft 2 came out.
Why would they think that? What is there something about it? Just because it's like kind of stolen, pirated, like we said?
It was half stolen, and we didn't know what the situation was going to be, and because I think Blizzard had to make some kind of an agreement with Kespa, although I guess they didn't for like a year.
Yeah, they didn't for a bit. That's like how GOM TV got so heavily involved and everything. Yeah, it was a whole mess.
But because they had an agreement with GOM, it was like, okay, well, there's some sort of agreement here that Blizzard is going to take control of this content, and people were just like, well, just to be safe, I want to make sure I can make money off my StarCraft 2 content. And some people hid their libraries, and some people actually outright deleted their entire video libraries of like hundreds of videos.
Yeah,
I didn't. So, but some people did. So.
Wow, oh, that's crazy.
So just to finish answering your question, I had a MacBook, and so I actually just used iMovie. Because I was like, well, this is a simple program that can do it. Because once we started getting the VODs, it was just like, it was record an MP3 on Audacity, and then like you can actually, I do this now actually, even though I use like Adobe Premiere these days, but like sometimes you can still hear a little tap at the beginning of my recordings because we used to just sit there and be like, all right, 3, 2,
to sync 1, the audio,
click, and then like we had the clicking sound of our mouse as like 0 time in the video, and that's how we synced up. Kind of like a clapper in like in the movies or whatever. So so it was pretty simple. It just was the fact that I was had a crappy Mac laptop and it was trying to process an hour of video, and so it was like it was a struggle.
Yeah, well, that sounds better though than like I remember the first time I was like trying to do something like this after I saw everyone else doing it. Like I think I used Fraps, and I just it was the most complicated. Like I mean, I'm already not that good at computers, but like getting Fraps to work, and then it just fucking it has this big thing that says like Fraps in the corner of it, and it just complete shit show the whole time. It was so tough to make it work right.
The one thing I'm a little embarrassed of when I listen to my old videos is I was also using the laptop microphone. So like if you listen to my first 6 months of commentaries, they're all like, it's like I'm talking through, I don't know, space and time or something like that.
It was a different era, yeah.
And then I bought this. This is still I bought this microphone in 2008, and I'm still using it.
Yeah, I think this is from 2009 too. They last a while.
Yeah, no, they definitely. Those are both Yetis, right? That's
it's blue, but it's called a Snowball.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I meant. I guess blue, not Yeti. I don't know what the brand is, but Oh,
I
that's
literally made that
hilarious that you
mistake.
have that in your car.
I
by the way.
literally
love it.
tweeted at someone earlier today, "Oh, I have a Blue Yeti also," until I realized, no, I don't have it. I have a Snowball. But so I made the exact same mistake about my own microphone.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah. So, I mean, how many games would you say that you guys actually commentated? Because it's like the amount of time that you're saying that was put in to get one commentary, done and up. It's just such madness. So, like, during that era where it was like kind of tough to do, how many games would you guys say that you actually did, each of you?
I counted once,
Hmm.
and I counted the number of videos.
Hmm.
Now some games were up to 4 videos, but
Okay.
some were 1 or 2 because we had to split it into initially 9-minute chunks, and then YouTube was generous enough to up it to 10, and then I think they might have put an interim, and then they moved it to 15, and 15 was where they stopped. And then, like, after 2 years of casting, they upgraded my account so I didn't have to do that. But in the initial, we had to split it up into chunks, right? But
Mhm.
I have authored over 1,500 videos of
Jesus.
StarCraft on YouTube.
I actually
So
had
by
someone.
by my estimate, it's got to be at least 500 games,
Mhm.
because
Yeah,
there were weeks when I did uh both pro leagues and
awesome.
and a group stage. And so that's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
10 pro league games, and also, like, every group stage was like, was it best of ones? No, it was just best of ones, but that would still be like
Yeah,
5 games. So it'd be like
yeah.
20 games in like a 4-day span that I would get
Mm,
online. So, and it just over the course of 4 years, it added up. So,
mm.
I
Crazy.
we have a mutual friend who actually put together a thing that said, "Okay, you've been commentating for X amount of hours," which was just like the raw amount of time
oh yeah,
that
yeah.
went into the commentator. And he's like, "Okay, how much money have you guys actually been paid?" And so he put in like the money he had gotten collectively. I
Which
think
was
mine
like
was like,
$50.
yeah, not a lot. So I think I got like something less than, it was like 0.005 cents an hour as far as like what I was getting per.
For the video time, not
Yeah,
production
for the
time.
video time, for not the production time.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, and then you gotta at least double that, right? So you're making some pretty poor wages. Lots of passion, I guess, to keep going there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was, but it
Well,
was fun.
that's something
Yeah.
that I think is interesting too. Is this is something I just kind of wanted to mention. So this seems like a good opportunity. Um, so we talked about how we kind of started because there was a void to be filled, right? And
Mhm.
then there was other folks that joined in kind of soon after. Um, like Klazaart was the only one that did it before us, basically, and actually Superior Wolf did
Yep,
some casting
Kanan.
on YouTube as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But he only did, like, he's a little bit of a different story because he did like a few games, whereas like Klazaart would do the whole tournament,
He was hitting
Mhm.
right?
puberty right then, so it was kind of rough on his voice. Like it was not like a.
And
I
by
was
the way,
actually.
mad props to Superior Wolf, because YouTube casters got a lot of shit back then, right? And me and Diggity took the route of, well, you know what? We're trying to improve, we're trying to learn, but screw the haters. We're making content that people enjoy. We're bringing joy to
Mm.
people's lives. We're going to keep doing it. And Superior Wolf said, I'm going to practice my ass off. And he got better than anyone that ever criticized him in his whole life, and just became just a pwntastic StarCraft player
Did
over the
amazing in
years.
CSL.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
paid. I remember
Every
And he's just a
watching.
really cool guy.
Yeah, he's a
Like,
people
cool
don't
guy.
know who they're talking about. That's Suppy from
Duppy, yeah.
EG.
Suppy.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, he became quite a really strong player in StarCraft too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But anyway,
It was a
so
great video of him getting his first check, and it just like me seeing that that just brightened my month when I saw
Mm.
that.
yeah, because
Mhm.
he was pretty young too.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, he was
the
a little
point I
kid.
wanted to make though is just that like, there was me and Diggity, and then there was like a few others. Cholera and Rise were pretty soon after that. And like a couple others, and then like Nuke the Stars was soon after that. And there was probably, I remember seeing, because SC2GG kind of became a hub for people that wanted to try it out.
Yeah,
And
that's
and,
right. I
and so there
remember
was a
that.
lot of people that were like getting into casting, and like Diggity and I would help them out, or we'd shout them out if they were really taking off and whatever. We did combo casts with some of them to like give them some exposure and like try to boost people up. But there was probably dozens that tried it out, and only a couple made it past like a month or two. And my theory has always been because a lot of people saw that like Diggity and I were getting some views, and we didn't. I mean, like, compared to nowadays, especially, like we weren't getting
It's
that many
nothing.
views,
Yeah.
but we were getting some views, and that seemed amazing to these people. And so I think a lot of people started casting because they thought that they could be cool, and they could become like famous. And every single one that started
Worst
for
kind of
that
famous, by
reason,
the way.
every single person that started for that reason burnt out in an instant. And the people who did it because they didn't give a crap, but they were having fun and they wanted to make joy and share StarCraft, they are the ones that lasted. And that's why, you know, Diggity, I ended up doing it for years because we didn't really do it for any other reason other than just the like, esports is amazing. This is great. We want to share it with everyone, you know? So
yeah, I actually remember when you Artosis started casting the Ascension tournament. Which still does not had its finals, and I'm still going to ask you about that until there's a finals. But that's neither here nor there.
I just bugged him about that the other day
with Gentoo. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the finals cast of that. But yeah, I was I thought I'm going to get started with this, and then someone who is like a pro, like someone who's really good in the US scene, will pop in and start doing it too, and then I'll be able to like phase out. That was actually like I remember like writing because we got there was this one thread on Team Liquid where it was just like everybody hating on us. I had to stop and reevaluate. I'm like, okay, what are the goals I'm going to set for myself to keep going or not? And so I'm like, okay, first I would like to see Americans get respectable, or really foreigners get respectable compared to Koreans, which still hasn't happened, but I considered that like a checkbox with StarCraft 2 with Huck doing really well. And I'm like, 2 would be like, I want to see like some guys that are like, to be honest, really qualified is kind of what was in my brain, really step in and take over. And that was Artosis Tasteless in day 9 when he was doing the day 9 dailies for Brood War. So that made me really excited. But there was this huge gap of time where there was like nobody for a really, really, really long period. And so, yeah, it just felt like, I think what kept me going in particular was it just felt like we were part of something big that was moving forward. And it just felt great to be part of the kind of this movement that was just gaining more and more momentum. And it's kind of weird because I think StarCraft 2 happened and a lot of people are like, oh, well, the increase in Brood War is because of StarCraft 2, but I'm not sure how much of it was just because of StarCraft 2. I think a lot of it was because of just like the camaraderie in the community and just the excitement about the game itself. And that's not to say like, oh, StarCraft 2 or whatever. And I really wish there wasn't the, I really still feel like a rising tide sails all ships. Sort of mentality, and I really wish there wasn't kind of like, it just seems like in the community at the moment there's like this, oh, StarCraft 2 is best game or not, or and like how dare you old Brood War vets and whatnot. And I really wish it was just like everybody can get along and support each other, particularly because I mean we're all Blizzard games effectively. The funny thing is you don't see like old Warcraft 3 guys like getting involved in the mix. Like screw you guys are not there, what happened to our community or anything like that. But anyway, yeah, it really, and I think I don't know when the mentality shifted per se, but it feels like there's a certain point where StarCraft 2 really did establish itself, and it's like the entire, somehow it shifted, and I was actually out of the scene when it happened, but it moved from, we're part of something we're part of esports and we're part of esports history, and this is getting bigger and bigger and more people are getting involved, and this is awesome. This is like our football, or our, like, this is going to be around, you know? And kind of that general feeling of camaraderie to like a weird jealousy of other games that were making it big, like Legends or like whatever's out there. League of Legends is still big. I'm not sure what the biggest esport is currently. I try to, my laptop is dying, so I might have to do a laptop switch.
Yeah, your video has been cutting out for the last couple minutes, actually.
So I might have to do a little bit of technical support, but we'll see.
We got a few minutes to talk shit about Diggity behind us, but I mean,
well, I'm gonna try to keep it live. We'll see what happens here.
All right. I want to add on that real quick, with, because I remember I've always actually kind of been proud of the fact that I feel like stuff that all of us did with StarCraft is really part of why esports has been successful in general. Like in the last several years, like I feel like, and I could just be, you know, biased, but I feel like StarCraft kind of fueled Western esports a lot. And I think a lot of that came from the fact, like, I remember there was one, it was a little bit later on, after we'd been doing the YouTube stuff for a while, when we did like a live finals and we were able to actually record it. And then we put it on YouTube and it blew up. It got viral and it got 100,000 views.
Damn.
And we were all like, what the hell is going on? And I'm pretty sure that the fact that we had like 1,000 viewers and then we had 100,000 views on that, I'm pretty sure that that was part of the moment when Korea was like, oh, Americans will watch this and might pay us for it. And you know, this is like a year out from StarCraft 2. So I think that like that might have been part of it, was like the efforts that all of us were doing to like show off esports and spread it in the StarCraft community. I think probably led to people being like, oh, okay, well, this is serious. Because before that, no one took anything. They were just like, oh, it's just, no one even knew about what was going on in Korea. But if they did, they didn't take it seriously. They were just like, oh, well, that's just some weird Korean thing that couldn't happen in America.
Yeah. Well, that's all. Go ahead, finish that up, and
No, I'm done.
Okay. Well, actually, based on what Diggity was saying, I guess he's missing in action right now. But and what you just said there with like the discovery, because right, first off, for the Team Liquid thing, like that there was a thread like hating on you guys, like that is such a cyclical thing that we see till this day, where it's like between Reddit nowadays is like kind of the new Team Liquid in a lot of ways, but also Team Liquid's still around, where it's just like this weird, there's like this whole set of people that are like these hardcore fans, and I think it's especially a Brood War, where they're just like so elitist and such assholes, and they do that. They're just like, oh, it's time. Let's hate on this guy. You know, let's hate on these people that are actually doing something. We're not doing anything. And it's like, so I feel for you guys having to go through that.
Yeah, people talk shit about how like I was terrible for StarCraft, and I'm be like, well, I got 100 new people into StarCraft this week. What the fuck did you do?
Oh, exactly.
Like
exactly.
my YouTube
they don't care
video,
about that though.
I got an email from 10 people saying, "Oh, this is great. I've never seen this before. Where do I find out more? How did you get this esports spread?" Like and I will admit, like especially at the very beginning, I was terrible. But also I kind of feel like I want to respond to that too, because part of it was very interesting, because it was like people being like, well, I think I know more than Moletrap, so I'm gonna hate on him. But often it was like they said I said something wrong when it was something that I just watched Flash do 10 times in a row. And I'm like, oh, well, this is common to do this. And they're like, Moletrap's a D- noob. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm B rank and I know better. And I'm like, well, are you telling me Flash is wrong? So anyway, point being, maybe that's just a grudge I hold against the haters. But like, point being, like it was unnecessary, a lot of the stuff, and like people would just end up tearing each other down, and it's just like, why?
All right, in the true spirit of jerry rigging, I'm back. Hopefully with audio.
Hey,
this feels like true. That feels like true Brood War right there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my laptop's dying. Let me see if I have an extension cord. I have a separate laptop, but it doesn't have
you couldn't resume from the middle of a replay back then, man.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, this is like.
This is
I feel like this catches the spirit of it. Yeah, I wanted to actually comment on the, like I was never a good player at Brood War. Like I think the best I did was C- as Protoss. Actually, Artosis will appreciate that. I was playing Protoss because I'm like, objectively, this is the easiest one to get better at, right? And this is the one I have like the time.
That's why you're on the ThePylonShow, Diggity.
Yeah. And this is not to say that there's not amazing Brood War Protoss players and that it's not a very enjoyable race to play. It's just objectively, with limited amounts of time, this is the one I can get the best at, with because between commentating and work, like the playtime was very limited. And I also found that a lot of the time I was putting into playing just sucked a lot of the energy. It's the same energy for me. This isn't the case for a lot of other people. Like I was talking to Shamtu Yamato, he prefers, but whatever, about this. And he's like, actually with the commentary, it doesn't take the same energy for me. But for me, it took the exact same energy of playing and commentating. And so it was like a lot of times I had to choose. But yeah, the best and retrospectively, I could have done things a lot differently. And really what I wish I had done retrospectively is instead of playing a whole bunch of Counter-Strike on there's shout out to everybody on Joe.2 and Natural Selection. Actually, in early commentaries, I called turret factories briefly because of brain farts. If you haven't played Natural Selection, by the way, I don't know if there's servers for it, but it's basically StarCraft, the first-person shooter. It's incredible. It's really fun. And I hope there's still servers of it around. But anyway, I wish I had retrospectively played a lot of Brood War, but that's where I sank a lot of my gaming time. Move time forward after doing a whole bunch of commentary. I remember watching an early VOD of, I think it was Louder, who was streaming, and it was only his view. And there was this guy in chat, the original, who was like, oh, Louder. Basically, Louder had gone for a fast expansion, and he had gone a couple. I think he might have gone 2-gate expansion. Point being, he went. I can't remember the exact details of the build, but he took an expansion. His opponent was vulture dropping him. And at that stage, I had advanced enough in observing StarCraft where I'm like, he's fine here. He's going to win this game as long as he kills the vultures that are incoming. And he had plenty of Dragoons to do it, and he did. And I was like, he's got this locked. And there was one of those guys who was the hater on the thread and just had been harassing me forever. It was like, oh, what are you talking about? The turn's totally expanded twice and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, Louder's won this as soon as he fights off this last shuttle. If he kills the shuttle, the guy's going to GG. And Louder went in and killed the shuttle, and the guy GG'd. And I'm like, yeah, I know enough now. I'm still nowhere near the Artosis tasteless. So I need to preface that I'm nowhere near. In fact, I don't think I'm on like even some of the Shamtu's actually gotten very good now. Like all those guys, I think they actually have a lot more game knowledge than I do. But at that stage, there's a guy who once told me, what you need to know to teach is to just be one page ahead of everybody else. And I felt like I wasn't even interested in teaching. I'm just interested in getting people involved in Brood War. Yeah. And as far as being ahead in getting people involved in Brood War, I'm one page ahead for sure. Because I know who the players are. I know, man, when I got started though, I'm like, I know concussive damage, I know explosive damage, and I didn't even realize how deep the well was. So it just really felt like falling off a cliff when I started realizing, like, Jesus, I've gotten myself into something.
Let me retell a quick story. I hope G5 doesn't mind me repeating something he said the other day on Naokin's stream. But he said that he came up to us at WCG 2008, and he and this is when we were pretty new. And so again, like, I fully admit I didn't know shit when I started casting, but I loved it. So didn't necessarily matter to some people. But he came up to us at WCG and was like, look, guys, you got to understand, it's about this and this. Like, you got to look at the macro game. Like, you don't get it. Like, think of it this way. And Diggity was like, oh, okay, cool. Thanks for telling us, man. That's great. We're going to try and improve on that. And he was like, yeah. And so basically G5 was like giving respect for that like Diggity was like, yeah, well, I'm going to just try and improve and use the knowledge and not get butthurt about it or anything like that.
It was actually kind of nice, is knowing that I'm not an amazing player and I'm probably not in a place to become one. It's easier to accept feedback like that, especially when it's coming from an authority like G5. Actually, G5 was really helpful. He sent me like a couple messages here and there about random things. When a lot of other people didn't. That was kind of the frustrating thing is a lot of people be like, oh, this is stupid, and then they wouldn't follow it up.
Yeah, that was great. 95% of the criticism was completely unconstructive.
Yeah. That's always the case too. Yeah.
It really is. And I mean, there were a lot of haters on Team Liquid back then. And I mean, there's still a little group of them that will try to make anyone who tries to grow Brood War feel like shit because they just want their little microcosm where they all circle jerk pretending each other's smart to be good.
Yeah, that's one thing I feel that's odd. It's like it hasn't changed in all of these years. Is it feels like there's like a segregation. Okay, first of all, let me talk about the advantage that Brood War and StarCraft 2 to a degree has over literally every other game I've seen, which is when people see Brood War played or when they see StarCraft 2 played, they stop and they watch it and they want to know what's happening. And I need to emphasize this. Other games don't have that. They don't. There's very few games, like maybe Guitar Hero, people will watch a thing of Guitar Hero, someone playing really fast, but once they've seen it once, they're done. They don't care anymore. Counter-Strike, people are like, yeah, that's cool, but people are twitching fast. They tune it out. But I've had people who know nothing about games, who are not gamers at all, stop and want to watch a game of StarCraft. and it's special that way. And so there's, but
and you think that's having to do with like the mechanical?
I'm not sure what that's about.
It, or?
I don't know what it is about. I honestly do not know what it is. I think it's just the je ne sais quoi of Brood War. But what that's always created in the community, in my opinion, is there's always been this dichotomy between the players and between the viewers. And it feels like there's always been a clash between those two sides of the community for some reason. And it's very frustrating because particularly for Brood War, I feel like it has handicapped us. Just absolutely been devastating for particularly like Korea proved like you can build this into an esport. But everywhere else we've had trouble, and I think it's because of that issue, because we haven't all been able to get on the same page and just shove the thing forward.
That's something that has ended up interesting about the StarCraft community, is that dance of the elitists has ended up shaping the way it's gone a little bit as an esport, I think. And I'd love to hear what you think about this, Dan, because like you might have a different perspective than I do, because I haven't really been involved for a while. But like the way I see it is the elitists demanded elite commentary, and so the tournaments provided, and so the tournaments were not accessible, and that meant that the base couldn't grow. Whereas like I was trying to advocate, and I couldn't really, but I was trying to advocate for what I this is one of the proudest compliments I ever got was one of the first times I casted Code A. They said I had Hanguk Styli.
Yes,
Korean style casting, because I was mostly about being excited and loving what I was watching. And
who can forget the nuke clip, right?
Oh my god. It's like one of the two things people still remember about me to this day. That and the car cast, actually. Diggity's in his car, but I did a whole OSL finals in my car once.
Stealing Wi-Fi from UC Davis,
But I can talk about that more if you want. But basically, like, I feel like that kind of ended up in some ways crippling StarCraft as an esport in some ways, because there was so much demand and complaining from the elitists that there was never like the accessible side of things. And actually, I'll say the same thing about League of Legends. I actively advocated for League of Legends to be more accessible. League of Legends is 10 times more difficult to understand if you don't know the game. And like Diggity was saying, you cannot watch a League of Legends game. I casted League of Legends professionally for a year, and if I watch a game now after a few years off, I don't know what's going on. Like that's how opaque it is. And I was trying to say, like, okay, you know what? You need to have a second stream where someone like me, who knows how to explain things simply to people, is giving like a noob commentary version. No one ever, and so like
I think Dota has tried that a little bit. I think that they've had the noob. I heard this. I don't know because I don't really watch, but I've heard that they sometimes for tournaments will have a noob-friendly stream exactly like what you're saying.
That's great. That's great. I think StarCraft, you could have used that 10 years ago.
Yeah. That game is tough to commentate just because there's a lot going on. You just can't convey that much. That's the other thing that's odd about StarCraft and Brood War is it's very commentatable comparative to a lot of other games. Like, I don't think you can, like, Counter-Strike, the most you're going to be doing. I love Counter-Strike, by the way. That's like one of my favorite games of all time. I played more Counter-Strike than I've done probably anything else in my life. But it's just not the best you can get out of a commentary in like the live style is like, I got a headshot.
You were on a competitive team, right?
Semi. Like back then there was like the Open Gaming League, and I had a couple teams that held first place for a couple months here and there. But I never got into they also had this what's it called? They had ringers on IRC. You could basically be a ringer for a team who was trying to compete, and occasionally I would be a exclusive ringer sniper for a couple teams here and there that were in the higher areas. And I did mediocre. I was never like pro though at that. I was very good, but I was not pro. But yeah, like in that at best, you're going to be like, oh, Twitch, and there's too much information to convey in a small period of time. The pacing in Brood War, in my opinion, in particular, just lends itself to be entertaining. And that's one of the things I just love about it. I just love that about the game itself. It's just a nice, even pacing.
What do you think about that, Artosis? Because you've kind of seen even more of the evolution than I have.
Yeah.
And I remember I've always, there have been a couple of people like yourself and Day9 and Tasteless who were able to be both, explaining it to people and also kind of pandering to elites as well. But it just wasn't enough. But I don't,
Well,
do you think it's valid, or am I just like?
oh, totally. It's so like the elitists within any community are the most active, and therefore they have the loudest voice, I think, right? So like if you're checking the hub websites, the people that are on there all the time posting and stuff, those are the kind of elitist members of the community. The people that are more casual and just watch are the people that you might run into while you're at a Subway sandwich in your
Yeah.
city, right? Where they're like, "Oh yeah, no, I watch, that finals or whatever." Whereas the people that are posting all day on Reddit or Team Liquid, those are the people that watch all the time, and they actually want like they want it to be legit. They want it to be,
Yeah.
like, "Oh, analyze this perfectly. We want a pro gamer up there casting and all
I
that."
want 7
But
hours of video. It's like,
yeah, right. And they're not really caring about storyline stuff because the thing is they already know all that stuff anyways. Like they know who Boxer is and stuff. And they don't need the story built. They know how epic he is and whatever, and they just want to analyze so that maybe they play the game a lot and they want the build order and to know more like that. And that's what they enjoy, which is great. And the thing is, I think that a lot of commentators strive to give that because it gives what looks like a thumbs up from the community as being like the guy because you're giving the analytical commentary, but that's not what gets new people in. That's not what keeps the esport going well. And I think that the you have to be exciting and you have to be accessible. And I think that is the more important thing for growing this. It's not about hitting the perfect analysis and everything. And I mean, this is something I mention when people ask me in interviews and stuff about this. It's like, this is what Nick and I try to do to balance it, right? Is like, okay, well, GSL round of 24, we're not getting a lot of new people in watching that generally. So we'll be a little bit, you know, maybe
sharper
we'll
there,
joke
yeah.
around more, but we can also go deeper analytically. Whereas if it's like, oh, this is something everyone's going to see, like BlizzCon finals or something, right? Where it's like, this is more likely to catch more eyes. We try to dumb it down for that, right? That's like, that's the
That makes
idea
sense.
behind it. But I definitely agree with your assessment that like the excitement, the Korean style, like you say, this is something I'm still trying to learn for my Brood War cast. Like I think I do a better job of it in StarCraft 2 than Brood War.
Yeah.
Is
On a
the
side,
excitement factor. It's important.
on a side, thank God for you and Tasteless out there. Like you guys are incredible. Like I don't even remember the guy's name, but he was like, I don't know what was with him. He was trying to provoke an insult. He wanted me to, it was weird. It was a weird conversation where he was like, oh, insult Tasteless and Artosis sort of thing. Like, and it was like a pestering thing. And I'm like,
it's a rivalry between
or something. I don't know.
Like you and Nick were like in Korea trying to make it legit, and then like the YouTube people were like,
No, peck at him. Yeah.
and people wanted to create like a rivalry between us, and we were always like,
no,
Yeah.
that's never going to happen. No, but I actually thought about it. I'm like, what is the only criticism I could ever think of you two is that like you guys can do better, and that's not a criticism. That's like you guys are always improving. You guys are always getting better. You're always putting analysis into what you're doing, and you're always improving your game and thinking about that stuff. And that's honestly one of the reasons I feel comfortable sitting in this car, like more or less being a retired commentator, because I'm like, I feel like I've put it in good hands, and so it's like, thank God for. Now, sneakily, I wish I could get Day9 back into stuff, and I know he's like burnt out right now, but he's the other guy where I felt like really good, where I'm like, thank God that guy's in the scene. And maybe he'll hear that and he'll feel like the beckoning call of Brood War. The hand.
Every now and then he pops up. He did a little bit of the Team Liquid Star League stuff. He did a little bit.
But yeah, I know everybody in the community appreciates you, but I doubly appreciate you guys out there and everything you do.
Well, I appreciate you 2.17.
2.1,
so
yeah.
slightly more appreciation.
A little bit more
from
Moletrap.
Yeah. Actually, back to what you guys said about like when Brood War was really kind of starting to grow. There we go. You guys mentioned that like people were saying like maybe it's because StarCraft 2 was coming, but you thought that there was something more organic before that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I have a little bit of insight into that. Because yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with StarCraft 2 coming, to be honest, because esports wasn't really a thing in the West at all back then. I think it just took a while, and obviously your guys' commentaries helped with this. to get known, because like you guys said, I think everyone that found Brood War back before esports was a real legitimate thing, looked at it and was like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing I've ever fucking seen.
Yeah.
I felt the same way like the first time that I saw like a
Same, yeah.
broadcasted like Magic the Gathering tournament. They used to make a few of those way back. I was like, is there anything cooler than this? There's nothing cooler than this, right? This is the best thing ever. And I felt exactly the same when I saw professional StarCraft, where I'm like, I was meant to be here and watch this.
Yeah.
Like this is
Yeah.
the greatest thing. And the thing is, there was
Exactly.
no social media back then. You couldn't.
Yeah.
There was no way to spread things at all. Like you would have forums that you went to basically, and media boards. And if you were lucky enough, when you got on BattleNet, someone typed something in the channel or in the game that you were in that would lead you to pro StarCraft, because you would just be playing StarCraft. You don't even fucking know there's a pro scene and that all this cool stuff's going on. So I think it just was taking a long time to catch on. Go ahead, Diggity. What were you saying?
I actually remember the exact moment where I'm like, it's here.
Wow.
Because I remember just like fighting for stuff and pushing and just organizing stuff in the background on Barcraft and NASL and everything. And it was, there's a picture of you, Artosis, someplace where it's at the end of NASL season 1 and confetti is flying everywhere. And it's, I think, Ghost Claw, Robbie, shout out to him, took the picture. And he was sitting to my left, I was sitting next to him, and you were sitting to my right. And the finals were closing down, and everyone in the building was starting to freak out. And people started chanting Puma. And it was just this surreal moment.
Yeah.
Where it was just like, and it was like, yeah, it just gives me chills thinking about it. Because I stopped and we met eyes and we're like, we did it. Like this is happening.
Because that was in freaking California.
Yeah,
it wasn't in Korea.
Ontario, California. And it really felt like at that moment, like the boulder went over the hill. And now it was all rolling downhill from here.
Totally.
And it was surreal. That's one of, as far as like,
and then League of Legends jumped on top and started writing it down.
Exactly. But yeah, as far as like moments of my life, it's like wedding, birth of kid, like that moment is like way up there. It's just like a lot of, like even thinking about it, I get like a nice endorphin kick.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the thing is, I think it was StarCraft 2 definitely pushed the boulder over the top. I definitely agree with that. But it was like, it was still building. Like, I think Brood War was still really building momentum, whether or not StarCraft 2 was announced or came out. Like,
I think so.
When I was hired by IEG, which later became SPO TV, right? And I came over to Korea, like I was in meetings all the time, because we remember they made that website scforall.com.
Yep.
I was just
I think you guys actually did.
I was just going to mention that because I was going to say, by the way, speaking of stuff not being taken down, all of the Artosis StarCraft weeklies are on SC for All's YouTube channel still.
Yeah, I think Puerto Rican actually takes care of that still. I think he's got the Twitter account or something.
YouTube's algorithm recommends them to me every once in a while. I click on them and hear you talking about, well, Idra's probably going to be going to Korea soon, and StarCraft 2 beta is still a year away, and like,
yeah. Great. No, it was good times. But I was in meetings out here, where it was being talked about. And here's the thing: Brood War was so big in Korea, and everyone knew this, and it got all these views and stuff. A lot of that was on TV, right? So people, because internet TV really wasn't a thing. They technically did the broadcast over the internet, which is why, thank God, all of us could end up watching some of it. But most people were watching on TV, right? But when you looked at it, and they had some good websites for, what was it, like Waigosu and like whatever back in the day for the StarCraft sites. But Team Liquid, I'm trying to remember the exact numbers, but even back then in 2008, when I moved to Korea, this was part of the thing that kept coming up. It's like Team Liquid's like 10 times bigger than the biggest Korean website. And this was, it was only a Brood War website back then. There was no Liquid Poker. Well, maybe Liquid Poker had come out. I don't know, but that wasn't in the
Liquid Poker was before, wasn't it?
That was after TeamLiquid.net. The TeamLiquid.net came out in like 2000.
Oh, I thought they were a poker first and then became StarCraft.
No, they added it later. Yeah,
they added it.
Okay.
But like that was being talked about, how it's like, basically the people that hired me were like, there is this huge untapped potential for global StarCraft, because if you look at the viewership, it's just so much bigger for the foreigners on just Team Liquid alone than
Yeah.
all of the websites in Korea that are dedicated to it. So it was building. It just StarCraft 2 is the one that kind of exploded it, I think. But yeah, it was definitely when you brought that up,
Do
it
you
made me
happen
think
to
of that.
remember like what some of those numbers were? Because like I was under the impression that YouTube was getting more views than just on Team Liquid, but I could be wrong, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't recall about the YouTube stuff.
The other
I
crazy
remember
thing is,
they had YouTube was like not even really on the radar of the company that I was working at. They remember because you guys, yeah, you were involved with that some, and it was like the StarCraft SC for all. Like we had our own server that we were uploading videos to instead of using YouTube, and
Yeah.
there was definitely a question whether YouTube was the future. So,
Yeah.
which eventually we all figured out. They're like, oh yeah, YouTube's like fucking huge. That's crazy.
took
Like,
a
how
while
could
for
you
Twitch
ever
to get
think you'd
there
have
too.
something
Yeah.
that worked better? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the other thing people miss too is like Brood War's still growing, oddly enough. But the mentality is so different now. Because
Oh,
if
yeah.
you get 2,000 views, it's like, oh, dead game. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You have like 2,000 people in the middle of whenever that are taking a break to watch this. Like that's still significant. I mean, no, you're not getting like 300,000 or whatever that some of the stuff's pulling, but that's still more than like back when we were doing it in 2008. If we got 2,000 views on a thing, I think once we got 2,000 views, like once in like a 3-year time period, and like our brains exploded and we were super excited about it. We're like, oh, I can't believe this.
Well, but by the end we were getting more than that, right?
Yeah, as it ramped up, I think
before StarCraft 2 came out, we were starting to get 5,000 to 10,000 views on games, if I remember correctly.
And people should know that this was like a much bigger deal, those amount of views back then. The internet used to be much more spread out. I think a lot of people miss this aspect of it.
If you got 100,000 views, you were on trending for all of YouTube.
Yeah,
like at the very beginning, basically. It was the Wild West.
And yeah, and not only was YouTube smaller, like YouTube nowadays is the second biggest search engine next to Google. But like back then, the entire internet was very spread out. There was like everyone just kind of had websites that they went to and places that they liked. There was no social media. It was done through forums and email and stuff. So it was like an IRC, and it wasn't like this where someone with 1 million Twitter followers tweets a link and then everyone's there. And now everyone spends all their time on 15 websites instead of 20,000 websites. So it's like those viewership numbers back then were like actually very impressive, I would say.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, just even YouTube was like kind of new. Like, I think some of the top, there were some gaming YouTube channels, but there was only a few of them, and there was only like 1 or 2 that were huge. And I think like CNanners was getting like 100,000 or 200,000 views, and he was considered like, one of the biggest things on YouTube at the time. But that's because YouTube just didn't get that many views. Like, if you ever watch one of those GIFs that shows like the amount of views of the top video on YouTube, and it's like an exponential curve. But if you go back far enough, it was pretty low.
Yeah.
We've seemed to have lost Diggity.
I'm dropping off
computer. Oh, he's
I'm
still here.
I'm still here. So here's what's happening is my laptop battery
on the stream though.
The laptop battery has gotten to the point, so it dropped to like 25, which is I think what was causing the video to cut out. I'm gonna let it catch its breath, and once it gets back over 40, I'll put the video back on, and hopefully. But apparently, it was cutting out because the laptop was like, "Oh my god, I'm dying." But I actually have an extension cord running out of my house now, and plugged in. So in another 4%, I'll hop back on video. This is like no problem. By the way, this is prime Brood War. This just brings all the memories back.
Oh yeah,
like going into weird, like seriously, I've been for like Barcraft and stuff, like going into the back and trying to figure out weird video systems and whatnot. It's very reminiscent, so it just feels good to like, this is
speaking of weird video systems, by the way, since we're doing things that are so old school, I've got one more old school thing I'm going to show you guys here. Oh, this one's a little bit heavy though. Hold on a second. Let me pick it up here.
I'm glad I don't have video for this.
Oh, wait, that's not it. Why is it not working? Oh, it's not working. Damn it. Oh, are you serious? All right, I'll try and fix it. I'll come back to me. I've got another gag that I'm trying to make work.
That's all right. Speaking of which, actually, about the whole car thing, you said you
here we
casted
go.
Wait,
okay. Wait, hold on. Here we go. All right, here we go. Hold on. All right, here's another old school video appliance from the old school. If you know what this is, then you're definitely old. Went to school a long
Do they
time
not
ago.
use those in schools anymore?
Oh no.
How do you look at shit that's projected on the wall then and have your teacher write on it?
Well, they have something called a smart board now, which is basically a projector that goes from above and projects the screen onto a whiteboard, but the whiteboard has special sensors that detect where the special pen is so that you can actually draw with a pen that doesn't have ink in it, and it draws like Madden on the screen basically.
Okay, listen, should we stop technology right where it is? This is like, do we really need that?
We don't need it, but it's really damn handy.
As soon as Fraps was replaced, we could have stopped technology and everything would have been fine, I think.
Might have been better off, yeah.
Here's one more thing. I don't know if you knew this.
COVID.
But I'm going to show you one more old school thing. This is literally old school. This is literally my master's degree in education. I'm a teacher. That's what I did after I stopped casting. So that's why I know about smart boards and stuff, and that's why I have a
you know how many crayons are in a box and everything.
Know how many crayons, yeah. It's important for high school.
So anyway,
okay,
sorry,
so,
what were we saying though?
Yeah, well, I wanted to hear, but you casted a finals out of a car, much like Diggity is doing the Pylon Show. Is this?
Yeah,
Can you tell us about this?
Remember I said that there's like a couple things that people like remember me for. If people didn't know me that well or whatever, and they see me in a chat room, they're like, "Oh, Moletrap, the nukes could land on his army," or they say, "I remember you casting your car," because it was at OSL finals or some finals, and I just really freaking wanted to do it live, but my internet in my apartment was running through a potato. Which is the
code
discount code, right, for the sponsor. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
What an appropriate code for this.
It really is.
So I really wanted to do a live cast of this event though, and I knew my computer wouldn't handle the video feed or my internet. So I was in grad school at the time. That I was getting that degree, and I was ignoring my homework for my master's degree to cast all these games. This was how I distracted myself from my homework. That's why I started casting basically. And so I drove to my university that had like, fiber internet, and I actually had a key to the building, but I knew that people went in there sometimes and there was going to be a janitor and stuff. So I felt like I shouldn't be in there like screaming at my computer in the middle of the night, because it started at like 1:30 or something like that.
Yeah.
So I parked my car in the parking lot next to the building so that I could get Wi-Fi from the building and cast the game. And I sat in my car and casted the entire OSL finals for 3.5 hours until the sun came up and people started coming to work in the morning and were like, "Why is there some guy yelling at his computer in his car at 5:30 in the morning?" And so I did the whole cast basically from my car, and it was epic. It was amazing. I couldn't go to the bathroom the whole time. And I actually did. I did buy, I think it might have been specifically for that event, I did buy an AC inverter to plug into my cigarette lighter so I could plug my laptop into it so that it would survive the whole 4-hour cast. So
I should have done that here if I was really on top of things.
Yeah.
Hey, you've got multiple laptops switching out. It's working out.
Oh yeah, look at that. Your video's back. It's actually running a little bit.
That's the kind of shit that we did to cast stuff on the DL back in the day.
Yeah.
This is also my wife's laptop, which is super old. So
no problem.
I was thinking about something that I don't remember which one of you said a minute ago, but I want to go back to it for a sec, because we were kind of talking about the differences, and like it makes me like, is like right now there's no reason for Brood War to grow. There's no sequel.
You take that back.
Let me finish this thought. There's no external reason. Okay. There's no sequel coming out. There's no like nothing that is coming up that people can hype up and say, okay, well, I'm building towards this. Like, why would new people join StarCraft now? But there is a StarCraft scene now.
Mm.
and it's in some ways bigger than it was like before remastered.
In
And
a
so
lot of
like
ways.
for me, that's kind of like, is that evidence for StarCraft would have grown anyway in 2009? Because now there isn't StarCraft 2 to hype it up, but it is still in some ways growing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I think we saw, right, like people wanted esports when they found out about it. They're like, "Oh my god, yes, I wanted this to exist." We kind of talked all three of us about, that's like when you saw it, you're like, "Oh, well, it's amazing." And StarCraft 2 helped put that over the top and kind of launched it for everything. But yeah, I think StarCraft, like, it was still going to continue to grow because it's so damn cool that no matter what, whether StarCraft 2 came out or not, I think it was going to continue to grow. And like for specifically with Brood War, right? Like eventually StarCraft 1, like as StarCraft 2 came out, the whole foreign scene switched over. There was like just almost nothing left over in the foreign StarCraft 1 scene. And then people occasionally went back or maintained little small cliques within it. But then the StarCraft 1 Korean scene got devoured by StarCraft 2 and they all switched over. And that kind of killed it for a little bit. It was barely scraping by. There was like, I went to
That was a
like
weird.
a couple tiny, like their biggest leagues in that dark period of Brood War. One day I went to the taping of one of their biggest leagues, and it was like, it was a very small studio. It was pretty packed for a small studio, but it was like you could tell that it had fallen way off. But then it like eventually the Koreans just started really liking StarCraft 1 again, right? And like people started
Yeah.
streaming it regularly on Afrika, and
Now, was that
it's
because
getting
of
bigger again now.
was that because of fatigue of StarCraft 2, or was that because of remastered, or was that something else?
No, that was before remastered. It started growing out here again in
Yeah.
Korea. I think remaster is what really helped the foreign scene, even though it had some people in it. And
Like,
cheers to
was
those
it
people who stood around. But
like a thing where people were like slowly realized that StarCraft 2 just wasn't as good, and they're like, well, we had
Let's not get into
like
this
no,
argument.
I mean,
This is
I'm just saying,
this
like,
is flame beat right
were
here.
people well,
This is Moletrap sitting here with the match, just tossing it at the gas.
He's gaslighting
Like,
everyone, man.
oh yeah.
I'm asking if that's what Koreans thought. I'm not necessarily saying that
Mm,
myself, even though it's fucking true. Sorry.
yeah.
Trying to hold the
Anyway,
peace, and yet
But no, okay, so
so my question
yeah.
is, like, were people in Korea, because I do feel like, the scene revolves around Korean
Mhm.
esports or Korean players, right? Was that like was it familiarity? Like they're like, "Hey, we had StarCraft esports for 11 years and we kind of missed that. Let's go back to it." Or was it just like they got over StarCraft 2, or like why did it start kind of switching back? Because now like all the old pros are like back again. Like
Yeah, yeah.
all the people that were good in 2010 are like now winning tournaments again,
Yeah.
or competing in
Flash and
tournaments
everyone.
now. Flash, Bisu, uh Snow just retired, I guess, but he was competing. Zero, Stork, like all of these names that
Mhm.
I still know from the 2000s are kind of have switched back, and they're like, what, StarCraft 2? No, it's Brood War now.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think that there's probably multiple reasons, but definitely Koreans like StarCraft 1 more than StarCraft 2. And I get asked this a lot on my stream and sometimes on PylonShow during the Q&A section at the end and stuff, like what can be done about that? Can something, how can we get Koreans more into StarCraft 2? And the thing is, I think that the ship has already sailed. The
Yeah.
Korean fan base, the Korean player base really does prefer StarCraft 1 for whatever that reason may be. And you can see that within the pros as
That was
well,
very
because
diplomatic. That was a very diplomatic way to say that. I
right. Well,
appreciate that.
I love both games. I mean, they coexist for me in my place of happiness.
I
But
Yeah.
I like both games too. I like
Actually,
yeah,
both too. I'm not trying to shit talk
completely
StarCraft 2.
completely sidestepping it and going back a half topic.
sure.
There's StarCraft 2 is awesome, and it's been around 10 years.
Mhm.
And Brood War has been around now 20 years. I don't think they're going anyplace.
Yeah. Oh no.
I don't think they're going anyplace. There's
Is
a
is
philosophy.
Brood War getting new players? Are new people
Yeah, I
joining?
think
Yeah.
you saw the rookie league starting up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're
people are getting into it. Not to interrupt the thought, but
go
there's
ahead.
a philosopher I really love, John Stuart Mill, who talks about truth and whatnot. But one of the rants somewhere talking about truth, he talks about like you can bury truth, you can stomp on truth, you can oppress truth. But the thing is if truth really is truth, it always pops back up and grows back up and comes out of the ground, basically. And I'm totally paraphrasing that and butchering it. But I feel like that is the case. And I feel like Brood War is truth. And I feel that that's the way for StarCraft 2 as well. I think they're going to be around. I think they're going to always have momentum. I think when 40 years from now, we're going to be old, decrepit men talking about, wow, Brood War, and look how much bigger the scene is and how StarCraft 2 is still there as well.
In our bubble on the moon because the Earth has exploded.
Yeah, we got to survive 2020 first. I guess I shouldn't.
Yeah. No, I like the thing about truth. I think about StarCraft in that term a lot. Like I really do group this with like chess and Go and things like that because it's like, oh no, this is like I haven't spent over 20 years dedicated to this game because it's addicting or because it's just fun. It's beautiful. It's just like, oh my God, it's
truth. Yeah.
I feel the same way about this as the best chess players feel about chess and best Go players feel about Go. It's just like, oh yes, this is worthy of my life's obsession. Absolutely agree with that. And yeah, I guess back to kind of like with StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, like yeah, I don't think either are really going to go anywhere. I think that StarCraft 1 is almost safer in some ways about not going anywhere because it doesn't get patched, which I think is this whole small can of worms
run
for
on a cell
StarCraft
phone
2.
these days.
Yeah, not only is it that, but like it just kind of StarCraft
there haven't been any updates to Zerglings or to Hydra
yeah,
damage.
exactly, right?
Yeah.
It's like the game is in its final form. You don't need anyone working on it other than to keep the servers up, and that's it.
The last
right?
balance patch was like 2005 or 6?
No, it was 2001, dude. 2001 was
I
our
thought
last
there was even
balance
some
patch.
minor. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got to turn on my car lights, so I'm like,
yeah,
invisible.
no, it's and yeah. Yeah. As far as the Korean scene, again, like you were talking about there, like an interesting thing is the amount of players that did return to StarCraft 1, which I think really helped it to regain its momentum because it was like kind of slow, and then people like Jaedong and Flash and stuff came back, and I think that really boosted it because they're like, oh well, I mean, it's like it always was, right, with the best players and stuff. But I thought something that was really interesting was only one top pro decided to go to StarCraft 2 during that time, and that was Fantasy. He was like, no, I don't know. I like StarCraft 2. I want to go play it professionally. And so he was like the only one, and all the Brood War fans were like, Fantasy, come back here. And he was like, no, I want to play StarCraft 2. And
you were talking about like 2012 when Kespa switched?
No. This was more recently. This was like Fantasy. I think he came out of the army, and it was like, oh, where's he gonna go? What's he gonna do? And the thing in Korea for the past years has been go play StarCraft 1 again because you have a huge fan base there. You're one of the best players ever there. And everyone made that choice except Fantasy. And Fantasy was like, no, I want to go play StarCraft 2 professionally. And he got super good at it. And now he's like a League of Legends coach or something now.
Right.
But yeah, I thought that was kind of an interesting side note.
That was kind of fun. I remember in 2012, I guess, whenever I left, like right before I left, when League of Legends was getting ridiculous in Korea, it was kind of funny to see that Korea looked around and they're like, who's reputable in esports? StarCraft players. So like half the league teams had like StarCraft players as their coaches or managers or something like
also
that.
the casters. Look
Yellow
at a lot of the casters that have gone to all the other
think,
games. Yeah.
League teams.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The casters. I got to cast with Kang Min. I got to cast with Nalra because we were both league casters together on the same stage.
Oh, that's great.
Super cool guy, by the way.
Yeah. Well, they're who built the scene out here, right? So it makes sense. These are kind of the professionals that you want. Yeah, actually, a lot of them are coaches. I think even MC's a coach, I believe, nowadays. I Love Uve is a coach. Reach is a coach. I think
That's
Zealous was in coaching for a little bit. I'm not sure if he still is.
that's something that I really am like just glad about. I've been looking back at I don't know if you're talking about now or later, but I've been doing some games on YouTube recently where
Yeah.
I've been going back and actually casting games from the early 2000s
Mhm.
and looking at like the greats, like when they were just starting out before they were, you know, superstars and like all those guys. And I just think it's cool that they were like you watch some of those old VODs and they were playing like with nerds crowded around them because they had like a 10 by 20 space in the middle of a mall
Yeah.
to do their tournaments, and there was like 30 people watching them that could come up and poke them if they wanted to, and they were wearing stupid costumes sometimes, like and like Boxer and Nara and Zelos and Garimto and like all those guys didn't care. They still played it, and they like built this ridiculous thing that we now love from scratch. And I am so glad that it paid off for all of them. Like
Yeah.
all of those old legends like got something out of it eventually, and that is just like such great justice that like they were actually able to end up with careers and like all kinds of cool stuff. Like they were actually able to like use that as leverage to like be something more as well.
Mm.
And like that is just I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
It's
On a side note, I feel like
random
we
rant,
should
but I just love that.
emulate that. Honestly, we should start trying to do casts and malls and things like that. I was actually dropping that idea to like Machine recently in a 80s mullet Discord. I'm like, we should do this. Like we should, like we can plan, we can connive right now because everybody's in lockdown. When it comes out of lockdown, let's find epicenters and try to do games outside and get people interested in Brood War and
But
StarCraft 2.
is it already too big for mall casts? Like
Maybe.
I feel like if good
I
StarCraft
don't think it
players
could hurt.
were in a mall, like they'd be too swamped. Like
The one thing I am sad about is it like it has paid off for certain Brood War players, but I don't feel like it's paid off for everybody.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely a lot of the big names have made a career, but the middling pros, like a lot of them just had this kind of cool life experience. Like there was a cool video out there where someone interviewed remember like Cloud, the Korean player Cloud, the Terran player? He was like interviewed. He just he runs a restaurant now. It's like it has nothing to do with his esports career, but it's like, you know, yeah, there you go. It's like, oh yeah, no, I had this cool thing that happened to me and now I do this, and it's not really involved, but
so I guess so there's a divide there where it's only the like absolute legends that got enough notoriety to turn it into something then.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good time to transition to what you guys are doing now with all this, right? Because Moletrap, you were saying you were casting some really old games. Can you tell us more about like what you're doing? Is it like a regular thing? Is it just on your old YouTube channel? Are you streaming on Twitch? What's going on with that?
Yeah. Basically, like I've kind of been thinking about doing it for a while, and then luckily with the lockdown, I got laid off, so I've had some time lately. Luckily. And yeah, so basically I just like was like, well, let me pick it back up and see if it's still there. And it was like I think it was good to have some time away from casting for me because when I left Korea for a whole bunch of reasons that would take like a whole other show to go into, I was feeling very burnt out. And I needed some time away from it, but like I've been getting back into it. And basically when I was like, all right, well, yeah, maybe I'll do some casting again. That'd be fun. It'd be enjoyable and it might be valuable. And I looked around and I said, okay, well, there's already like the remastered bump is already hit, and there's already people doing that, and there's already people casting remastered tournaments and stuff like that. What can I do that's different and that's going to be valuable? And I said, well, I was a history teacher. And so I'm like, why don't I be StarCraft's history teacher? Because I'm from the I'm so old school. I've got Elmer's glue sitting in front of me.
Excellent.
That's the last prop I have. Diggity was worried about my visual jokes. It's the last prop. I'm sorry. I had to.
I'm guessing. Yeah, I didn't even get to see the other one. I'm assuming it was one of those light projector things from that you stole from a school just for this purpose.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, here it is.
Yep. Nice.
This is definitely a real projector that I'm lifting with one arm on the side here.
You are muscly, yeah. So yeah, you're
so
casting some
basically
really old games.
So basically I said, okay, well, what could there be? And I'm thinking like, well, there is a lot of new people in StarCraft that maybe didn't start playing until remastered, and they've never watched Korean esports or any esports until 2017 or something like that. And so my idea was like, well, let's go back and look at like where this all began and that kind of thing. Partly because it was just a little bit more familiar for me, but also partly because I felt like that was something that no one else was doing and that could be of value. So yeah, I found some old DVD-Rs that I had burnt some VODs onto. And so I basically was like, oh, sweet, here's some VODs. And so I've been going through these old VODs. I found there was a torrent on Team Liquid that was the MSL Top 100, and it was all 100 of the MSL Top 100 games that they published.
That's so sick.
This 100 best MSL games before NBC Game like went offline, and I don't know where some of the DVDs are. I only have 30 of them. So I have
That's
50.
So sick.
I have 50 through 79 or something like that. But I've been going through those and casting those, and then like I was like, let's see what happens. And then it turned out that there was a bunch of people that forgot to unsub from me 10 years ago on YouTube. And so like there's still a couple hundred people still there that are like, oh, this is great. So anyway, so that's kind of what I'm doing. And what I'm doing is like I'm casting these games, but I'm also trying to like do a little bit of research on like the players, because sometimes if I'm casting a game from 2003, it's sometimes players that I heard the name, but I don't actually know a lot about them. Like I had to look up who did I have to look up? Gundam the other day. Gundam or something like that. And I was I don't know who that is. And I looked him up. I'm like, oh, he actually like won a couple Star Leagues in 2000. Like I had no idea. So I'm like trying to do a little research and then bring that in and be like, all right, let's look at this cast between these absolute freaking legends and like, where did they come from and what were they doing at the time and when were they dominant? And like, isn't this interesting how like, it was funny. I think I watched your stream and you were talking about some weird build that a Protoss had done where they went like one base observer and you're like, what is this, like 2003 meta? And like the day before I had literally casted Reach doing that build in a PVT. And I'm like, yep.
Yeah. So true.
So I'm trying to kind of learn a little bit more myself about like the early days of the meta, but also trying to like kind of teach people about like the greats and stuff like that. So, and actually cool. the coolest thing that ended up happening is I did end up finding some VODs from 2007, actually before I started casting, and we did a faux live cast of the finals. So I did on YouTube. I did the semifinals, which was Bisu versus Stork and Jaedong versus Up Magic.
Damn.
And then I did the third place match on YouTube, and then I basically ran the VODs as if they were games going on and did like a fake live cast, and we all like watched the VODs together. And that was and brought in some, that's what I think I mentioned to you earlier, like, you know, I had to remember some old school stuff because I did that, because then I brought in Nuke the Stars and Rise and Diggity as like guests to like, you know, chat for a minute in between games and stuff like that. And so anyway, so point being, that went really, really well. So I found on another external hard drive that I hadn't opened up in like 10 years, another torrent. Get this. It was a torrent of every OSL game ever.
Damn.
Every Brood War OSL game.
Can you hook me up?
I don't know how. It's like 200 gigabytes.
We'll figure it out.
I'll try and get it to you somehow.
He's got that Korean internet. He's set.
Damn. I don't.
Yeah, that's the problem.
No, I might be able to. I don't know if like, can they even put that much on Google Drive though?
No, I don't think so. Not that big.
All right, I'll get it to you somehow. We'll figure it out.
I'll help you.
Okay.
Thanks.
But anyway, so now like I was almost out of my 30 MSL top 100, and now I've got like all these OSL games. So what I'm gonna do.
That's like infinity games. You could not cast all those before you die. Probably. That's like 10 years of OSL.
Challenge accepted. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do, because everyone really enjoyed the live cast, because it was like we were talking about those old days where like everyone got together in IRC and stuff like that. Like, because the only people were watching were the people that forgot to unsub for me 10 years ago. Like, it was a lot of like nostalgia of that kind of stuff, and everyone enjoyed it. So I'm gonna try and do the same thing again, but this time I'm gonna pick an OSL. I'm gonna cast the whole OSL from the group stages on, and then do another live cast of the finals on Twitch. So
That's awesome.
yeah. So, but in the
cool.
meantime, I'm that's gonna be, I don't know when I'm gonna do that OSL from, but I'm gonna still keep trying to find like old games and just like show off the old players, and like, because then I get to have games where like I'm casting the game and I'm like talking about the gameplay and doing play-by-play, but I'm also like, now notice how Choja doesn't have his mutas grouped up. That's because muta grouping with an overlord hadn't been invented yet when this game was played. And then like the next week I'll be like, oh, this is from 2006. Notice how Jelizerg is grouping his mutas because he's the one that perfected it. You guys might not have known that, but so it's, I don't know. I think it's cool to like go back and look at that stuff. So anyway, so that's what
cool.
I'm doing.
Where can people find that on YouTube and Twitch, so they can type that in right now if they're listening?
YouTube/internet.molcom. No,
you have to go to like that's not your channel.
You have to go. Oh my god, you have to go to youtube.com/user/moletrap, because I had freaking youtube.com/moletrap for 11 years, and then some jerk band named themselves Moletrap and stole my URL, and YouTube gave it to them for some reason.
Have you listened to their music though? It's amazing.
It's really good actually, but they're still,
I don't know.
They stole my URL. It's like normal. It's like pop rock music, and it's like decent.
I'm just making fun of it.
I can relate to that.
But you have to put in user. So youtube.com/user/moletrap, or if you just go to my Twitter, which is right here, then link is there. So
I'm going to youtube.com/moletrap. They have 150 subscribers. Moletrap, you have over 9,000. So, Dragon Ball Z meme right there.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that's silly that they got your ID.
They have like 3 videos, and I have 1,400.
Damn.
And YouTube was like, "Oh, you're requesting this URL? I guess no one's using it." And I actually, it's weird too, because I actually have uploaded to that channel like every year or two, like some random thing that I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna post this random game thing," and then like, so it's like not like my channel has been like completely, fallow
abandoned
for 10 years or anything like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I can relate.
You can relate to that? Someone stole Artosis?
Yes, a German band stole the name Artosis for like 4 years.
Oh,
so I was around before them, and then I was like, I should really just buy Artosis.com. So I went there. Lo and behold, there's a German band. But don't worry, because I am the Ever Tree. Okay, you know the Deco Tree? That's me. Okay, I'm never fucking leaving. I'm never going anywhere. So eventually the band disbanded. They dropped the website. It's my fucking website now. Get out of here.
Artosis abides. That's good.
Yeah. I will always remain. I am the ocean. I am the rocks.
How long does it take for YouTube to well, it couldn't have been more than a few years that
you can't get IDs on YouTube, man. I don't know how to do that because someone's had Artosis forever on YouTube, so I'm just ArtosisTV there.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone has Diggity as well. And someone had my previous username.
But like Diggity, Diggity is kind of like a word anyway, but like Artosis is not a word.
Yeah, is that even a word?
Why would anyone take Artosis?
They were probably just fucking angry Protoss players that I beat on the ladder, and they're like, you know what?
I can't take his letters points. I'll take his URL.
Yeah.
One day I'll get you to say like, I actually like this Protoss player, but I know that today's not the day. Today's not the day.
Is your Twitch /Moletrap?
Yeah, Twitch is Moletrap. Twitter's Moletrap. Yeah.
Guys, type that in. Follow his stuff.
I don't. Moletrap.com though is owned by a company that sells traps for moles. Surprisingly,
that makes mole traps. So.
And you know what? That's kind of legit. I'll let him have it.
Yeah, that's all right. I guess your name is a real thing.
A real thing.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Very cool to see you doing those older games. I love that you brought up Gundam. I forgot all about him, but I remember I used one of One of his builds got really famous, the Gundam push. Yeah. Yeah. All of us Terrans used that for a couple of years.
That's
Yeah.
right. The
The little
Gundam
Marine
push.
tank vulture push. That was him.
I'd forgotten about that, and like now that you like mentioned the like those words together, like, oh yeah, there was that.
Yeah. Yeah. He was on Hexatron for a little bit, if I recall correctly, with Elki and Guillaume and all them too. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Just at the very end of his career, if I remember, he retired in like 03 or 04 or something.
That was Elki and Guillaume and Gur were didn't they stop playing in like 01 or something? Like
they technically were
they were still
pros
around
until
till
like
03?
2003, I want to say, or I think Elki was around until the end of 2004 or early 2005.
Oh,
Like his
really?
last Star League was in 2003 or 4. And then I remember he
okay.
played he won France and played in WCG in 2004.
Oh,
But by then
okay.
he was like into poker quite a bit, so
Yeah.
I can't remember his exact retirement, but I know that they were on that Hexatron team that turned into Eastro eventually.
Oh, okay.
Back then, it was kind of like the all-star old Koreans and the foreigners. It was like that kind of weird gimmick.
Interesting.
But,
I was just casting a game today where I had forgotten about the existence of Team 8. And I got
That's right, yeah.
I got really confused when a certain player went down and congratulated his teammates. Guess what that player was who was on Team 8?
Special?
It was Rogue.
Rogue, shit.
I just put on here, I'll give you one more plug. I just put on my YouTube channel today a game between Rogue and Stats from 2012 playing Brood War in the Pro League.
Damn, that's crazy. Oh, that's the perfect thing to put on right now. And I guarantee you that game was better than their finals that they just had.
It was a really good game, actually.
I watched it earlier. Yeah, it was a good game.
Let's just pretend that was the finals. It was actually really good. It was a really, really nice 20+ minute macro game.
Nice.
But yeah, that's why I was looking stuff up the other day and I was like, wait a minute. Rogue was a StarCraft 1 player. I know Stats was, and I like looked up Rogue only actually ever played. He was a scrub in StarCraft 1. He only ever played 3 games on stage. But I was like, one of them was versus Stats.
That's wild. I wish that you had told me this before I casted that finals. That would have been a really fun throwback.
Oh, well,
I'm gonna hold that thought because that's what I want
to
mention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna move on actually.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what you're up to. Diggity, you're kind of putting together a little something right now. You want to tell us what you're up to?
Hopefully I'm not cutting out right now. So this actually
No, you're fine.
I did yesterday. So there's a guy who goes by forget that. His actual name is Nelson Jovel. He's an awesome dude. He actually came up to me at WCG, I think 2007.
Does he go by
and we
Larry?
Started talking. No, he actually goes by Rebuild. But he was. I was talking about to him, like, if you want to get involved in the community, just go do something for the community, right? And he went and he built this VOD sorter for YouTube, basically. So it took all of the videos that had been cut into segments and made it so you could play them in one contiguous thing, which allowed like thousands of people to watch YouTube videos in that time period. And really just, I think that's one of the things that really helped accelerate and grow the scene. And he put that on
an SC2GG thing?
Yeah, that was on the SC2GG video section, which just made life for everybody a lot easier. And he did a lot of projects like that, but he actually inspired this. I put together a Discord server called the Engineering Bay. They're actually Tensorization, who makes he's the actual guy, because I was kind of debating it. I'm like, why don't you start this Tensorization? He's like, it's one click to make a Discord server. Why don't you just do it? I'm like, but he's the guy who makes the Artosis Rage bot, where it grabs the Artosis Rage clips out of the channel.
Yeah.
But basically what it is
what?
There's a machine learning program that takes Artosis Rage clips from his stream and then puts them into a slideshow of the month. And he's the one who wrote that bot. But anyway,
this is just random clips from any point in time, then, basically.
No.
When I get angry. Okay, now I get it. I was like, no, you don't. Oh, you do understand. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Took me a second too there. But anyway, it's a location where there's a lot of people that play Brood War and StarCraft 2, and I think Fear Dragon's a really good example of this, where he just puts together a lot of kind of toy StarCraft projects. It's like that, but it's for people who actually want to try to contribute to the community and come up with ideas to contribute to the community with technical expertise in particular. When Artosis mentioned like tidbits and stats and facts, honestly, I feel like that would be valuable too. If you want to hop in and like put that together. And because honestly, I feel like we could just rally around the people who are in the community right now, like Artosis and Tasteless, and we can just send them texts of just stats and data and tidbits before their casts to make their job easier and make the community better in whatever they're doing. And really, that's kind of the focus I want to make around it for whoever has time and can contribute.
Yeah, that's actually
bad in like making this thing and knowing I can't contribute. But no, I feel bad because like up to this stage, the best I can do is watch StarCraft while I'm walking around with my daughter and sub to a couple people as I can. Like I'm not even on like monthly resubscribe. I have to like click it each time to appease my wife because I'm like, see, they're still doing their thing. It's still going. So like I'm supporting them anyway. But aside from that, I'm not sure how much time I'm going to be able to put into a specific project. But I wanted to open that up to the community. Just to lift everybody up. If you want to get involved in that, there's a Discord link that I think I gave to Artosis that's hopefully set to never expire instead of expire in like 30 minutes like I sent earlier.
Yeah. It's like, damn, man, that was a quick expiry.
So basically anyone can join if they want to contribute technologically to esports tools. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the hope. And I'm not sure how well that'll go because honestly, things like this haven't gone very well for me in the past.
What if I don't know what I'm doing at all and I have no expertise or knowledge, but I want to help?
That's an excellent question. You can come in and learn from people that are there. I'm happy to give basic tutorials on how to use OBS and things like that. Shampoo gets spammed apparently a lot by just people asking random Twitch troubleshooting stuff, and I'm totally happy to answer some of those questions instead of having people like bug him about it, like, why am I banned? Probably because you said something racist or inappropriate. Just throwing that out there. Like maybe that's why. But yeah, so I'm happy to answer those questions for people.
Yeah, that's great. I do want to mention, because you mentioned there, like even just dropping a tidbit like that. There is someone who does that for me sometimes. There's this really nice guy that compiles stats called Kochanfe. AOCHANFE. I think his Twitter's like Kochanfe1. And every now and then there'll be like some cool match coming up, and he'll just give me like 4 paragraphs with the best stats anyone has ever seen, where it's like, did you know that these two haven't played for 7 years, but when they did, this happened? And it's like, damn, man, that makes the cast so much better.
I used to look all that shit up myself. Every Code A cast.
Yeah.
And that's something that's interesting, by the way. Like a random side note is that like that was one of the cool things about Code A, and it's weird that it's still valid to this day. Is that like most StarCraft 2 players have a history in StarCraft 1.
Yeah.
So like when I was talking about like, oh, this is Bomber, no one's ever heard of him before, but actually, at the time, but actually he was like a practice partner on, I think, Estro or something like that.
Yeah, he was.
For like a couple years, and like I may have even learned that from you, to be honest. I don't know, but like
Wikipedia,
it's interesting how like if you go back to StarCraft 1, it can actually enhance StarCraft 2 in that way too, because most good StarCraft 2 players were StarCraft 1 players.
Yeah.
And it's really fun to bring that up nowadays because people really don't know anymore. Back when it all started, people were more recent to it. So they'd be like, oh yeah, Bomber fancy. Yeah, no, he played best that one time, right? And it's like, but nowadays it's like, did you know that this guy literally got kicked out of the Estro house because he wasn't doing well enough, and now he's like 4-time champion? Like, whew.
Also, speaking of like technical help and whatever not, I got to give a shout out to Cobra here, because like I've been sitting here in my car and completely in the dark here, and he's like he's like sitting there with duct tape trying to make all this work with like I'm on Wi-Fi, so the internet connection is not best. So shout out to him for like keeping it all together. Like, but that's
if you need this, I can lend you some glue if you need it.
I'm sure there's already there's like a server there, and it's just like plastered in glue, and it's got hands.
I love that we have watched the time change for you into darkness now.
Slowly. Now I am sitting in the darkness, in the black.
That's amazing.
Now, if the sun starts coming up again, we've got a problem.
Yeah, no, that would be too long. I guess let's go into the Patreon questions see what questions people have
Cool.
for you guys. Hopefully there's some
I will
non-sentient
answer every
food.
Patreon question in chalk.
No.
All right,
Yeah.
guys, Patreon, drop your questions in there for these two fine folks that are so old school. It's a great time to do it. The Patreon questions remain open for a little bit longer. So you still have time. So go and do it. Patreon.com/ThePylonShow. All right, let's take a look what people are asking this week. First up, Polly asks, what if the baneling's damage is connected to its health, like 50% HP equals 50% damage output? That way, Storm could stop baneling bust or destroy a whole mineral line, just a few banes, or what would the downside of that other than Zerg not winning every tournament? Okay, so a very similar question was actually asked last week. I'll just take care of this one, guys. I know you're not StarCraft 2 people as much. But someone else asked this question. I think in theory, the idea is not so bad because that's kind of one of the funny things is like you'll storm banelings and they'll roll through the storm and a bunch of banelings at one hit point kill your army and it doesn't fucking make any difference, right? So it's kind of silly, but basically this makes the game more complex in a way that Blizzard generally doesn't like it. They like things to be able to be explained pretty easily without getting too convoluted. This is something I've heard from multiple people. So generally, something like this that's that complicated, it's more complicated than the way anything else in the game would deal damage, right? So
Secondary question on that: How would Zerg handle Terran Bio at that stage then? Because part of my understanding of banelings in the first place is it's kind of like it's there to deal with Terran Bio. But if Terran Bio can just build large enough, and it gets big pretty quick in StarCraft 2, at what stage can you then counter it if banelings, because that's what they're there for basically, right?
Yeah.
It's to wipe out a little bit.
That is certainly the problem with doing anything to the baneling is that if you hurt it too much, Terran will just destroy Zerg because they really do need banelings. But then banelings screw up ZVP quite a bit because we see hilarious games where it's like, oh, these units counter the baneling, and then enough banelings come that they just kill everything, and you're like, oh, okay.
Side factoid, in the SC2 pre-beta that they had a bunch of people go and play at Blizzard headquarters, banelings, they actually had a couple options for banelings, what they could do. So one of them was damage, but another one they called them globulings. And essentially they blew up with money, like minerals. And so you could like blow up an army and then collect a bunch of resources. Yeah, and that was something they were floating. I don't know if it was just for the campaign or if they're thinking about it in competitive play as well. But they ended up scrapping that idea. But I actually thought it was kind of interesting. But
that's kind of crazy.
That was actually
like dropping loot. it's like killing
that's
Diablo
what it was.
monsters.
It was like, yeah. It was like loot drop.
I was just looking at, because I'm actually still planning on doing a video on this, but I'll, I guess, say it anyway. But I was looking at some of the old alpha footage that they released for StarCraft 2, and like shit was cray.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you guys remember, the reason they're called phase cannons is because they could phase and move to a new location like a spine crawler or something like that. And like Banshees did AoE damage.
Oh, I can't even.
They shot down and then they did a splash behind, and like the footage, the alpha footage was like showing like a bunch of Marines attacking these Banshees, and then like 3 Banshees just like mow them down because every Marine behind the first Marine took full damage also.
I actually still have an old DVD from Blizzard of like a lot of the alpha stuff. I'm wondering if I could pull that out.
That's where it is. I spent like an hour looking on my old hard drives. That's how I found the OSL videos, because I was looking for that file.
I have it if you want it, because
I would love that.
I got a copy of it. Yeah.
All right.
You should upload that. That would be super cool. People would love to see that.
We'll have to ask Blizzard first, because it actually has like explicit text on it, like "Do not share this with the outside world."
No, that was it was only until the certain date came up. It was I forget the term or whatever, but that was.
Don't listen to Diggity. You're gonna go to jail, man.
Yeah, exactly. If someone from Blizzard wants to clarify,
give it to me. I'll break the law. Then
let Moletrap know, and I'll give him the DVD. And if he gets arrested, he gets arrested. I got a kid, so
yeah, can be doing that.
If the esports police come for me,
gotta stay squeaky clean.
I could deal with it.
Yeah,
that's crazy. What so many things that have been taken out that they were thinking of in that. I remember seeing some sort of footage of the photon cannon moving.
Yeah.
And that's when I knew. I was like, Tasis is going to be the best player in the whole world at this game. That guy's never going to lose a tournament. He's going to be OSL champion tasteless. It's going to be crazy.
Could you imagine a cannon rush where like you build the cannons off screen and then like run them into the supply line and just replant them?
Yeah. We had a bug after the last patch. You guys probably did not see this, but it was like this patch came out that did like a lot of things where you could load a planetary fortress into a command center and then fly it across the map and shoot it. That was, when I saw that, that was just the servers came down real quick to fix that, but that was like a really funny couple hours.
Gotta love that.
Oh man. Okay. Excellent stuff there. Thank you, Polly, for the question. Combat Wombat asks, hi, something I feel is often overlooked is that it's almost as important for fans to feel the game is fair rather than the stats, which can be read many ways, saying it is. Do you think common perception is a valid reason to tweak the game if it benefits enjoyment? That's a good question. What do you guys think?
Wow, that's a deep. So I think the meta comment there is Brood War has not changed in 20 years. But StarCraft 2 is constantly patched, and it's never given an opportunity to, like, I don't know if they've ever looked into tweaking them with StarCraft 2 to see if they can balance the game that way, for example. So I think that's kind of the meta question there. And I do think that plays a lot into the psychology of things, because I'll make a metaphor to the NBA. Like, the NBA's put in a lot of work recently to try to make it seem like the officiating is fair, because previously a whole lot of people thought it was bias. And it really was hurting their brands, where the NFL comparatively did not have that problem. Like, people in the NFL think the officiating's terrible, but they think it's just equally terrible. No one thinks that like the officials are being paid off to like, no one feels like the entire NFL wants the Patriots to win comparatively.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it does. Like, there's a certain psychology where, and I guess I'll make an analogy to cheating. If you think, and it's almost like a slippery slope sort of thing. If you think your opponent's cheating, oftentimes you're more tempted to cheat. And then when you start cheating, more people start cheating, and then the entire thing falls apart. And I feel like it's very similar in perception of whether a game is fair or not. And yeah, you really need that. And I guess that's one of the big advantages that Brood War has over StarCraft 2, is nobody, like, the word patch fill in the blank player, like Patch Terran or Patch Zerg, I've seen pop here. That was never a thing in Brood War. And I think it's really insulting to the players who are playing at this level to call them that. I was really upset when I saw that. I'm like, man, they put in so much effort to just be called particular. Like, so even if they are just a patch player and winning on that particular patch, like, do you know how much work has to go in to be the best player in the world, or even close to that level? Right there. So even then, it's like, I don't know that it's that much of an insult. Really, I do, and this has been a thing forever for StarCraft 2. I really do hope they figure out a way to get it where the entire fan base thinks like, okay, it's balanced now, and it can continue. And I don't know when that'll happen though, and it does feel like it's a long ways off.
I think it's gonna backfire anyway too. Like, if you're like, oh well, Marines feel like they suck, so you should buff them so I'll feel better when I'm using Marines, and then like Terrans win all the games, then it's not gonna feel good either. Like, so I don't think it'll end up in a good place to do that regardless. So plus there's also the fact that I think a lot of the times people who feel the game is unfair are never going to feel the game is fair. They're always going to feel like that, oh, everything's against me, and it's not necessarily going to, if there's a buff, it's not necessarily going to change it. Then they'll get better, and they'll play players that are a little bit better than they were before, and then they'll get beaten again, and they'll still feel it's unfair again. So like, I don't know. I don't think it'll work out.
Okay. No, I pretty much agree with what you guys say right there. Looking at it from another point of view as well, I kind of said this in response to a question last week. Someone was saying, like, what about having, like, people are always asking, should we add a fourth race to StarCraft 3? And I'm always like, no, of course not. And then someone asked, what about a second race? Or just have it be 2 races? And I was like, oh, no, that's not good. And the first thing that came to my mind was that taking away the slight rock, paper, scissors that always exists within both StarCrafts, the rock, paper, scissors adds to the perception that the game is balanced. You know what I mean? Where
Yeah.
it's like,
Interesting.
if we only had 2 races, you would really know. You'd be like, no, no, no. This matchup, because it's the only one in the game, is more balanced towards this. Whereas when we have 9 matchups because of having 3 races and there's a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, it's like, okay, well, the Zerg player got a bracket against Protosses, and now finally a Zerg is doing better. And it kind of adds to a fairness perception, I feel like.
Everyone knows that it's better to play the white pieces.
Yeah. I'm also wondering if it would
Yeah.
be better.
In chess, you know, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's like a
yeah.
thing that I'm not like big into chess or anything, but like I've watched enough chess videos that like everyone
It
just
has
kind
the
of knows
advantage.
that
Yeah.
if someone loses and they were the black pieces, then everyone's like, well, you know.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if
Happens.
it'd almost be beneficial if StarCraft 2 leaned into the fact that there are patches as well. Like I was listening to Root Cats once say, and he was like, I like the fact that the game changes. Because it feels like now I have to come up with new strategies and figure out what's new and figure out how to make the thing I'm working with work. So I'm wondering if it would actually almost be beneficial if the community gathered up and had a general understanding that, yeah, there's going to be slight imbalances and there is going to be a certain race that is going to be a little stronger this time around. But that's okay because the next patch is coming and we're going to have to figure this out again. And just let that be what the game is and let that be part of the enjoyment of the game. I don't know if that's possible, but
think about the number of different incarnations of the meta that existed between 2001 and 2020 in Brood War, just based around coming up with cool ways of doing things and builds and utilizing units in different ways and map structures. Like, I don't know if patching the game is necessarily necessary. I'm not saying that you're wrong about StarCraft 2. I think that would be a good way to approach it. But I'm saying, like, you know, it could theoretically be done in a different way too. Like, it's not necessary, I don't think. I don't know.
Good answers. Good answers.
That being said, like I'm not as hardcore into StarCraft 2 as I am Brood War, and part of that I just blame on nostalgia. But I still really enjoy watching StarCraft 2. I still watch GSL. Like I hop in with a Discord server with a couple of good friends.
You're good, man,
one of who is an ex-SE2 pro, and we watch, and it's fun.
Nice. All right, some excellent answers there, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Combat Wombat. This is a good question. That was actually a well thought out, kind of deep. I like that. That was a good one. All right, Lord Philium asks, on occasion, a match plays out exactly like people assume. I'd love to know from Artosis and the gang which matches went the complete opposite of what you expected. If your answer isn't too long, what was the match that happened so much like you expect that you could have cast it in your sleep? Does anything come to your guys' minds?
Ooh. There's a couple flash matches against various opponents where I'm like, I could have casted this in my sleep. Where it's like Flash
Sure.
is gonna roll, where Flash is just going to roll this guy over, and he doesn't stand a chance in hell. I'm trying to think of a match where it just like I was surprised and it was an excellent. There's one game where Jaedong went like 12 hatch versus a 9 pool and fought it off, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. That one really blew my mind because I'm like, you know, he went 12 hatch, game's over. Like Zerg, a little bit out of all the matchups, ZVZ is a little bit more rock paper scissory than the others in the early builds. But yeah, I saw that and I just blew my freaking mind. Like I'm like, wow, that shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be possible. There's that one, and also like really old one. There was a MSL championship between Mind and Bisu, and I was not expecting Mind to have a showing. And I won't spoil it because
that was a crazy one.
Those games were very interesting. Those were very interesting to watch, and I think they hold up for Modern Brood War if you want to go back and watch like all the different interesting stuff that was happening.
That series made mine my favorite, Taryn.
Yeah, awesome. I really like his play. Yeah, he's very creative with his build orders, and he just and you could literally see, like in particular games, you could see the back and forth mind games that were happening between the two players and the build orders and little adjustments they're making. It was really fun to watch. That actually was, I watched that as like a beta Barcraft. That was with a semi-old guy as a Team Liquid admin. He hosted that at his place and watched that with him.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Cool. Sick.
I do remember.
Do you have anything that come to mind?
I do remember at the height of my Brood War casting when I was doing 20 games a week or whatever, I remember feeling like I could definitely cast most of the games, like not in my sleep, but I actually, and I'm really disappointed I never did it because now I'm like so out of it that I don't have the muscle memory to do it. But I knew that I could have casted with just my ears because there was a rhythm to it, and I could hear like, oh, okay, that's the disruptor blast. Okay, the dragoons are attacking the bunker right now, and there's SCVs repairing. And I, even with my eyes closed, I know the SCVs are repairing with. And now, about now, the tank is coming up and kind of chilling behind the SCVs, and he's waiting for these. Like, I knew exactly how it was going to go a lot of the time, which was kind of exciting in some ways, because then it was like, okay, well, you could feel that it was like on a knife's edge, that both players were playing at the absolute maximum that they could in order to not be edged out by the other player. So it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I'll just say that is one of the reasons why Zero, who now goes by Queen, was one of my favorite players, because he didn't give up about what everyone else did in the meta. He did his own thing, and he made static defense and Zerg versus Zerg and turned it into a long game. And he made queens and ensnared Terran units. And like, he was like, oh, well, everyone else does it this way because that's how it's always been. Well, guess what? You can do other stuff too. So I just love stuff like that. So anytime I can be surprised is good.
Yeah, the only 943.
The only specific match that I remember that was kind of like that was Flash versus Jaedong on Katrina, when Flash went mech and everyone was like, what? Mech versus Zerg? And it was like, obvious. It was like something that had been done before, but like hadn't in a while. And people kind of thought like it wasn't possible at that point in time. And Flash is like, no, you can do it if you're me.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. For my answer for it, like, I can't think of any of the ones that went so expected that I could have cast my sleep. Those ones kind of leave my mind, right? Like,
yeah.
Because I'm sure there's lots of those where I'm like, yes, I know what's. There's periods where I could tell from where a pro gamer, because I watched and cast enough, they'd place their first pylon. I'd be like, I know what build he's doing. Watch, it's like,
you should call more of that out. That's fun when you do it.
Thanks. But for stuff that went exact opposite, like, I think the Flash versus Zero in ASL, I watched like every Flash competitive game basically, so I knew every single build that he was using, but he hid this weird Valkyrie build and then kept using it against Zero, and then Zero beat him, and it was like, huh.
Nice.
it was a cool build. I enjoyed the series a lot, and congrats to Zero because he was able to take down the ASL, and Flash finally didn't win an ASL he was trying in, but and it was weird seeing the interview afterwards because I was like, that's so weird. I feel like he would have beaten with his normal play. And Flash was just talking about how he wanted to win off mind games because it feels better or something in an interview or on his stream later on. I think, yeah. So it was really funny because I was like, I really thought I knew how this was going to go, and it totally didn't go how I wanted, and or how I thought it would, rather, because I don't really care that much who wins. And then another one would be in StarCraft 2, TY versus Stats that we just had in GSL. I know both their styles so well. I was like, listen, this is exactly how it should go. And then TY kept playing kind of aggressive against Stats, which he gobbles up, and Stats really improved his late game PvT. He was looking just sharp. Mwah! Oh, beautiful play. So that went really
live.
Yeah, that went way against how I thought it was going to. I was so certain it was going to go the other way. I was like, yeah, TY's going to take this.
Interesting.
That's actually when I looked up Ty and found out the buy baby fact, and was like, oh, mind blown.
Yeah. That's a wild one. Like, innovation is bogus. All right, Lord Philium, thanks for the question. ETS Harry asks, to all, try to rank these personality traits of players by the amount correlation with skills / MMR in StarCraft 2 or Brood War. IQ, dexterity, work ethic and ambition, social background, and origin. If you don't like my options, then you can leave some out or add other ones. Thanks for the show. So, correlation. Okay, so how
like,
much
who
do
has the
these
best
things
IQ,
have
who
to...
has the most dexterity?
No, I think what he's saying is like, which of these is most important to be good?
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So like IQ, dexterity, work ethic, ambition, and social background / origin. Which do you guys have any thoughts on what it makes a good Brood War player? Like, what of these are important?
I think it's actually split between the foreigner community and the Korean community, mostly because in the foreigner community, let's pull back. So number one is, of course, hard work, because it doesn't matter who you are, how smart you are. Something that drives me crazy is all these players are like, I don't practice. And it's just like, no, you do. You're just trying to like be like, oh, I don't practice and I'm so good or whatever. And it's like nobody believes that. Like you practice your ass off when no one's looking. And
come on, Dragon.
Yeah, and you're doing it because you want to try to have this like mystique of potential. But I'm like, if you just sit down and work hard and not do it when no one's looking, you would be more honest to yourself, one, and two, you're not just cheating yourself, you're cheating everybody else. But like number one thing is like hard work. It just always outpaces everything else.
Rock Lee would be the best StarCraft player.
Yeah.
Did you say Rock Lee or Rock Lee?
Rock Lee,
Naruto.
Yeah. They both would be great. Yeah.
The thing that I think a lot of people don't realize, though, and it's something I'm old now, it's something I've realized in life, is just having the opportunity to work hard and put that time in is a privilege in and of itself, and to have that hard work pay off.
True.
There's a lot of people who put in a lot of hard work into something, but because of where they're at in their background, it just doesn't go anyplace. And I think this is definitely more prevalent in the foreigner scene, because to have that space and time, just because of your family background or your social economic status, to where you can put in those hours and put in that hard work to get really good, that's not something everybody has. A lot of people just don't have that amount of spare time or whatnot. And then I would say, like, after that, it's definitely like, and I feel like those are the first two gigantic filters. And once you're past that, the other things start filtering in, like IQ and things like that. I will say, I'm sure there's someone who's smarter than like whoever the best foreigner at whatever game is right now, but they just never got the chance because of just circumstance to be there. And that might even be true of Flash. Just anyway, there's a lot of random luck in the world. But I think that rather than being like, oh, random luck, forget these guys, throw everything out the window, it's just another opportunity to be appreciative. Like, wow, we got Flash in the world. Like somehow the universe happened, and like you had this guy who's just so good at StarCraft, and we have like a Flash, we have a Bisu, we have guys like that, which is just, I think it's just an opportunity to be more appreciative of that sort of thing.
I think that was like perfectly said, actually. Like, I completely agree with what you just said. Like, it's with the hard work being on top, and then like having that opportunity, the social background / origin, as this guy asked. Yeah, totally.
And I kind of want to add real quick, just that I think part of the inherent question of that is like, are you magically better if you're Korean? And I've always stated that no, you're not just magically better if you're Korean. It's the social situation that Koreans are in is what makes them better. It's not that like somehow Koreans are better or anything like that. But you're right.
It's not like the blood is superior or some shit.
But of the other three, hard work can lead to dexterity and IQ, essentially. If you're talking about gaming IQ, you're playing more games and encountering a scenario more times makes you smarter about that scenario. So it's like they kind of stem from that.
Yeah, I completely agree with these assessments. Good answers, guys. Thank you, ETS Harry. Good question. Damn, we're getting like really good questions this week. We haven't had. Normally, we have at least a couple questions where we're just like, you're trolling us.
I think I saw a troll question in there.
There has to be at least one in here. It'd be shocking if there wasn't. All right.
I've been trolling Diggity this entire stream with my visual gags.
All right. Red Gunner Guy asks, hi, YouTube folk. Starting my channel, putting VODs from the tournaments I do. This is the guy, by the way, that does all the Singaporean StarCraft that I talked about at the beginning. Yeah, he's a big community guy. I try to make original content, Oracle OP. What you guys suggest to grow the channel, Artosis 2? Now to Brood War. Very, very few Brood War players. No new players I can find. Any way to grow Brood War? Also, Artosis, how dog? You still have dog? Yes, my dog's good. He's in the other room with the kids. He's good. Thank you for asking. But yeah, how do you what do you suggest that Red Gunner Guy does to help grow his YouTube channel? He does like StarCraft 2 content for the most part. I don't know if he does much Brood War, but the same thing should apply, I would say.
I think it's harder these days. It's a lot harder these days than it was when we were getting started, just because of there's a lot of stuff competing for attention. But the first thing I would say is just don't do it alone. Like, get people around you that can help you do what you're doing. And I feel like that's kind of the deception of a lot of this stuff is you see the face of X person. You see Artosis, you don't see Cobra. You don't see a lot of the other people that are involved. But that would be my first suggestion, because that's what keeps you, because honestly, like, I don't think you're fighting not being popular. The thing you're always fighting 100% of the time in any field and anything is burnout. If you don't burn out and you keep going, eventually you will succeed. But the thing is like, you are always fighting burnout. And one of the ways to keep burnout low is to just have people around you. As far as where to find players, there's actually a lot of there's a lot of Discords that are up that are great. 80s Mullet Discord is incredible. He has a really fun Twitch channel that when I'm not watching Artosis or Sham2, I'm watching. Shout out to those guys. I'm watching 80s Mullet. If you troll around the Twitch channels, I'm watching those guys a lot, all of them. So shout out G5 and Machine, all those guys. In future, although he hasn't done stuff in a bit, but you can go into his Discord. There's people there that'll want to play games with you. There's the No Hunters FFA Discord, where if you're just looking for more casual stuff. There's the Foreigner Brood War Discord. There's a lot of Discords. I think that's the place to be right now, to get in and around people and to find more people to get involved. And then opposite is like, don't the last piece is try not to focus on the top and instead focus on the bottom. And what I mean by that is big events are great and are fun, but big events you do one big event, people walk away unless you have infrastructure underneath to catch all those people that are coming into the scene and funnel them into the scene. And Team Liquid has been that for a long time for the Foreigner community, and Reddit StarCraft to a degree. But I think having stuff in place where you're, I don't know, having like a local LAN in a little town that you're in, so you get those people in, stuff like that, so you can kind of catch because you have the big event that drops all, you get the rainfall, but then you got to gather everything after that. That's just kind of my thoughts. And that wasn't really that wasn't as articulated as well as I wanted to be, but those are my rough suggestions for a long time, as far as like musing back on everything that's happened and how things grow.
Cool. Moletrap, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Sorry, Diggity. I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit on one point, and I'm happy to be rebutted. But I think when we were starting, if you persevered, you could be successful. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think that the internet is so saturated that and I say this because I've been looking into this a little bit lately, like watching some videos on like best practices for video production, stuff like that, because I've been trying to kind of learn and get better at the craft. And what everyone seems to say is that grinding doesn't work anymore. It did 4 or 5 years ago, but the experts are saying grinding doesn't work anymore. You have to bring something new that people haven't seen before, or some other kind of additional value. Otherwise, you're probably not going to grow as much. I mean, you're still going to grow a little bit, but if you're talking about like significant growth, you can't just do it by grinding, at least not very much. Because there are, I watch people on Twitch who have been streaming regularly on schedule on Twitch for 3 years, and I'm one of 15 people watching them. Right? That's not the kind of growth that you would think of. They probably started with 3 and now they have 15, sure, but like, yeah. I don't know. I think
that's a good point. Yeah.
The piece of advice I would give is kind of what I said earlier. Don't do it to grow. Do it if you care about it and it's fun. Because then it doesn't matter if you have one person watching, right? Then you're still getting something out of it. Because if you're doing it to grow, the lack of growth will frustrate you, and that's where your burnout is going to come from.
Yeah, that's the other thing is if you keep focused on why you're doing it, you won't burn out. That's really when you get distracted by everything else. By like, for me, it was a lot of like the drama that was happening exterior in the community, and also just like work life balance. But that's really what it's like. Second, I'm thinking of all the burnouts I've gone through in my life. I'm like, I think that was the second burnout. coming out of my third now, but no, it's but
Only
yeah, I think
three.
that's only 3, but no, yeah, I got more time to work with. But no, I think that's good advice. I think it also depends on the environment, because him being out in Singapore might be a different environment than the US, but
Yeah.
I think that is 100% true in the US and probably a lot of Europe. Is there's just so much going on already that it might be better to find someone who's already doing something, and then link in with them, and basically instead of going out on your own, find a guy who's already running tournaments and try to make his stuff run better, like ESL, something like Sham2's we have at you, something like that, and
Well,
link in, try to
find something new. Like, look at the climate that you're in, or the environment, or your audience, and say, what need is there that's not being met that I can meet and still be within what I'm trying to do? You know,
that's literally why we got started.
like
Yeah.
you know, if you go in and say, okay, well, I'm doing these Brood War tournaments, how can I get more Brood Wars players to watch? It's like, well, what are Brood War players in your region looking for that they're not getting right now, and is that something that you can include in your tournament? Like, do they need to be bought pizza if they win? Like, offer some pizza. Like, figure out like where that niche is, and just try and improve your craft, basically. It's weird because depending on what you're competing against, sometimes investing in production value can actually go a long way. Like, a little bit of production value can really boost you and like set you apart. But on YouTube, it's harder to do that because there's billions of like professional YouTube,
or you
video
can go the
producers.
complete opposite direction and get in a car.
That's actually that is what the people want right now. Is they
Apparently.
want dome light lit casters in 10-year-old defunct team shirts,
Hey,
talking in their
I
cars.
think 2012 was Team Light.
Okay,
Light was still around.
The other
Rice got me this shirt, by the way. Shout out to Quay Rice. So super happy when I got this.
The other best practice. Awesome. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The other kind of best practice that I've heard of is differentiation. Is one thing. So if you're just on YouTube, you're not getting people from Twitter or TikTok or stuff like that. You can kind of, you know, try and cross-pollinate your social media, which is really annoying because then you have multiple medias that you try and keep track of. The other thing that seems to be the big thing now that's trendy, like that everyone wants, is educational ish content, tutorials, or like how-tos, or like, so, you know, if you're doing your tournament videos, also do like quick little guides every week and be like, this is how you do this build, or like get to know, you know, how many Zerglings does it take to kill a zealot, or like little stuff like that people are gonna be like, oh, I learned something new, and now I feel a bond with this.
Fear Dragon's really good at that. Also, before I forget, one last shout out to Duran Parsi TBD Duran on Twitter. He's putting out a super valuable thing right now where he's talking, and he hasn't gotten a lot of viewership for it, but he's basically talking about like esports law. He's just giving out legal advice for being in like the esports scene, and I highly recommend checking that out. But I think that's valuable and hasn't been getting as much attention as it deserves.
So he can help the esports, please keep them off my back when I start publishing
exactly.
all this.
So he'll be able to give advice on the Blizzard DVD I may or may not be shipping to you, and my liability therein as far as someone who.
I'm going to be shipping the entire OSL to Artosis.
Yeah. He's also the man. Like, he was involved in a whole lot of Backbone stuff. So I almost feel like I wish he was in here to answer that question directly, because he was the king of doing like a bunch of stuff that supported the community. He started Yankee League. He started Team Light.
That's so true.
He was monumental with NASL.
For anyone who knows his ID.
My best piece of advice on how to grow your YouTube channel would be to ask someone who's not washed up and has grown their YouTube channel in the last 8 years for advice. So
there you go.
Oh, it is very interesting stuff you guys gave. That's a good idea, though. I should have Xeros on here sometime. That'd be cool.
I would push that for sure. He's an awesome dude.
Yeah, so the YouTube stuff, you guys, I think, gave some good stuff. I couldn't add too much to what you said there. Like, I'm still kind of trying to learn more about all this stuff because it does like change some over time. But the one thing that I have truly truly learned is that consistency is really important, because when
Mhm.
I went through this period where I was posting a
Yeah.
video every day for a while,
Very
and
true.
I couldn't keep it up, and I dropped off for a bit, and it really just it, it just bam, that's it, it's
Yeah.
over. And then luckily I have a nice username helping me now and getting those videos back up, and it's not back up to where it was, but it's getting there, you know? So it's like consistency is really, really important when building anything, I think.
Definitely.
Hey, yeah, great question. Good luck, Red Gunner Guy. Paragleber asks, I remember watching old Brood War videos by Moletrap, Diggity, Cholera, and Klazaart. Any idea what happened to Cholera and Klazaart? Were you friends with them or just doing the same thing? Also, how do you feel about never being hired for MLG, IM, IPL, and ASL in StarCraft 2? Do you think their caster choices were fair?
I'll take the second part if you want to take the first
So
part, Moletrap.
yeah, Cholera and Klazaart.
I have a couple
Cholera,
thoughts on the
yeah.
second also, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, you go ahead. Talk about Cholera and Klazaart, because I think you're... Because I'm going to
Uh,
rant a while about the second part.
okay. Um, well, so I don't know what happened to them.
Okay.
After we stopped casting, I kind of just fell out of touch with them. Cholera kind of fell off the map. Klazaart, I emailed once or twice, here and there, and kind of kept in touch. I actually was planning on emailing them because I had, these old guest casters on for my last faux SL finals,
Hmm.
and so I was going to try and look up some other people for the next one. So tune into that. Hopefully we'll have some Klazaart and Cholera appearances in that. I can't make any promises though.
So I got a shout out to bring them in for that.
I do kind of know what they both did, but I don't know if I'm at liberty to like talk about their personal
Yeah.
lives after StarCraft. So I
Yeah,
can't
that's a
tell
good
you.
point.
I will say though that like we weren't like super good friends. Like we didn't like, chat outside of StarCraft, but when we like got on Discord, or not on Discord, on Ventrilo to like cast and stuff, we were definitely friendly. We hung out and all that kind of stuff. And one of the things which is partly an answer to like very early question, which is interesting, is I was looking for that file that Diggity may or may not have, and I found these old emails, and I remembered that once there were 5 or 6 of us that were consistently doing casts, we had an email thread, and every day we were emailing each other and talking about the games, and so we actually organized it so there wasn't overlap, and so that's why for a solid year and a half we orchestrated that every single professional StarCraft game was casted. Every single one,
Damn.
because we coordinated, and so we were on good enough terms, at least, that we coordinated that, and we were super friendly, and we weren't like stepping on each other's toes or arguing about any of the games or anything like that. And when people were like, "Oh, I want to do this, I want to do it too," cool, let's do a dual cast, right? And we just jump on and do it together. And so it was definitely always really good times. And like here's a good example. I'll end on this. There was there was a time when I was recording the audio for a finals that we did a triple cast of. And at the end of the finals, I said, "Oh, shit, guys, I didn't hit record." And they didn't give me any shit for it. They were like, "Oh,
Wow.
damn, that
That's the worst feeling, though.
sucks."
I've done
That
that, yeah.
Oh, it was
That
the
was at like
worst feeling.
1:45 a.m., by the way.
But like, yeah, exactly.
Damn.
They could have like clicked unfriend on me for life and been justified in that moment, but
Totally.
they were just like,
I'm
Secretly,
thinking
I've
of
held a
blocking you on
grudge.
Discord for that right now, and I wasn't even involved.
Secretly, I'm holding a grudge against Moletrap this entire time. This is part of my long con of life.
Right. He's like, "I'm gonna invite you to my wedding out of spite."
Spite. Just to throw you off. Keep your enemies close.
Anyway,
No,
go ahead if you have anything to add to that. I probably
yeah,
have
I
a couple
wasn't as
extra thoughts on the
we
hiring.
were very
later
friendly with
too.
them, but I wasn't as close with them as I was Moletrap, but that's because like we're longtime friends. Like he was in my wedding. But I feel like
Married, actually.
I did go to Sonic Reaver's wedding. I wasn't in the wedding, but I went to it, and that was as far
nice.
as other people are. I felt closer to him than I did a lot of the other guys, for
I
various
gotta look
reasons.
him up.
Yeah,
I visited him a couple years ago.
yeah, he's a good
Actually.
dude. So the tournaments. So
Mhm.
Trying to remember the order that. So what was the
MLG,
All of
IM,
them.
IPL, and
MLG?
ASL?
I'm actually kind of glad I did not get picked up by MLG, mostly because I was always very wary of MLG. Partly because I don't think they ever reached out to me, but I never felt like they had a business model. Mostly because they're having these gigantic tournaments. I'm glad what they did for the scene where they really blew it up, but I felt like they created overinflated expectations for what they were doing at the time, because they had this huge amount of production value. They were spending a massive amounts of money on renting out convention centers and having a huge amount of computers in there and giving out these like significant prize pools. And I just don't know how they were ever going to turn that into money, a profit. And I don't mean that of like, oh, we got to be greedy and money, but things have to be sustainable. I never felt like MLG was sustainable.
There were a lot of esports orgs that didn't pay their casters.
Yeah.
Or the players that won their tournaments and stuff.
Actually, at another mutual friend's wedding, we knew a guy who, I can't even remember the name, the German esports company that just hired a ton of really top talent and then never paid them. And it really,
Oh yeah, no,
set up-
they owe me a bunch of money. Yeah.
yeah. They said, I feel like that particular incident sent back the scene like quite a bit, because that's actually, I feel like, one of the impetuses that really hurt NASL. Anyway, NASL, I was involved in from the beginning. Moletrap and I actually did guest casts for that. I was actually invited to be a caster with Jeff for a while, which is gets me thinking about Jeff. But I declined that position because it would have been, first of all, it would have been a pay cut for me, a significant pay cut. But secondarily, for my current, I can't really, my wife makes more money than I do. And she's a superhero. She works with preemie babies.
Wow.
She's amazing. And she's letting me do this right now, which is incredible. But I felt we had just gotten married when it was offered, and my commute would have been like 3 hours there, 3 hours back at night. And I didn't feel like it was, I didn't want to test our marriage like that right off the bat. So actually what I did is I suggested Froden, who was a UCSD caster at the time. I really pushed him and he got the job, and thank goodness for that. He's great. I think he's doing Hearthstone now.
He is a fantastic caster now. That was a good push. I didn't know that this is how that went down, but thank you for getting Frodan into the scene, man. He's
guy,
great.
Yeah, and the other guy in that space, I'm like, why don't you just grab Mr. Bitter, because he's doing his thing with Gosu Coaching, which was directly involved with NASL, the same owner of both groups. And Mr. Bitter actually did stuff with actually my favorite period of time was when Mr. Bitter and JWD were doing like write-ups before each of these matches and doing, I wish we got him into casting earlier, actually, but awesome dude. So there's that space. IPL, I think that early was Doa and Kevin Knock, aka Cat's Pajamas. I'm actually glad both of them are in the scene, and that was kind of like more of a radio broadcast side of things. I don't think they reached out to me ever, maybe because they kind of didn't reach out to anybody aside from the guys they got. I don't know all the logic behind that. IEM, I feel like IEM's like the top, and I think IEM at that time had like Day9 and Apollo. And I'll be blunt, I don't think I'm as good a caster as either of those guys.
Well, I thought IEM was Bitter in Rotterdam.
That was.
They were doing ESL stuff. IEM is
ESL.
like the world tour that's owned by ESL, so it's like the same company, but it's not exactly the same.
Also, I had previously declined doing stuff with ESL because I can't leave the country because of aforementioned relationships with my wife. To me, and so I think they didn't consider me, probably because they're like, well, he didn't want to do this other thing to come to Germany, he's probably not coming out. But the thing is, am I forgetting any of them? What's left?
So no, that was all.
Yeah, and I mean, and for that one, I mean, that got Apollo into the scene, which is incredible. Thank goodness Apollo's into the scene instead of someone else. I mean, that was great. Anyway, so I feel like that covers it for me. And honestly, I like being in the background more than the foreground. I actually don't like being the center of attention. I like having anonymity. I don't really like I like having just the Brood War screen and having my voice over it and not having my face on anything as I sit in the darkness. And so I'm kind of glad I never went into the full-time caster side of things. And I really enjoyed particularly transitioning more into community involvement with NASL and Barcraft and stuff like that. And that's also why I'm doing the engineering bay stuff here in the background, partly because I'm not I feel like there's a lot of casters, like even right now, you're like, are you going to come back and cast? I'm like, one, no, because I have to be in my car to do anything like this. It's just like, I just don't have the mental space or time or energy to make it happen.
Luckily,
but,
I'm unemployed and single.
Yeah, go. But secondarily, there's a lot of good people out there that are doing
Everything
stuff,
going for me
right now. Doc Holiday is doing his thing. Sham2, even G5, and even the show match that happened recently. G5 and Machine hopped in and had a really fun commentary.
Oh, nice.
With the Scarlet show match with Cadenzi, and I thought that was really great. So anyway, point being, I feel like the community is doing pretty well, and it's in good hands currently. Yeah.
Answer. Cool.
And
All
back
right.
then.
Yeah. Thank you for the answers, guys.
Yeah.
Paragleaver, thank you for the question. Sate0 asks, Nostalgia Week? Okay, let's have fun. Try your best to explain why Incineration Zone was the best map ever released in StarCraft 2 beta. I do not care what you actually think. Devil's Advocate it and actually try.
Gotta actually try.
Artosis, you cover it from the Protoss mindset, Moletrap from the Terran, Diggity from the Zerg. Well, I'm gonna have to pull up in I vaguely remember playing on it, and then
I think I remember this map.
I looked it up
I think this
earlier,
is the one that
actually.
was basically like an inverted scrap station, but it had lava and it had like 2 destructible rocks and the gold base in the middle, and it was like extremely close spawns. So it
You
was just
freaking
like,
remember that? How do you remember that shit?
Jesus. Okay, hold on. I'll give it to I'll put it in our little. I'll give it to
So
Cobra.
I'll start while you
guys.
I'll let you guys start while
Okay.
I'm like, okay, so this is
I
the
even
most
looked it up
amazing
earlier
map
and I didn't
ever.
remember it.
This is the most amazing map ever
Yeah, there
because
it is.
first of all, it has all of the features of a beta Brood War map. It has, I think it has the
I actually believe
the cloaky
Diggity.
terrain. It's got a gold base that never comes into play because the game never gets to that point. It has amazing destructible rocks. So how can you not love this map?
Oh my god.
And
Those
second,
destructible rocks. Oh my god.
because Medusa led to that. Like just prior to this, there was a map called Medusa and Brood War that had destructible rocks, and the development team fell in love with destructible rocks. But anyway, getting back to it, you know, when you're going to rush and you're going to take down destructible rocks, Zerglings, you get 2 at a time. Zealots, you only have 1 attacking that rock. And Marines, you don't get 2 Marines out of that thing
2
until
is
you get
more
the
than
upgrade,
1.
right? And 2 is more than 1, so you just get more Zerglings. So destructible rocks advantage Zerg, and secondarily, 2 is more than 1. And secondarily, like this is a perfect map for air rush. You know, and Mutalisks are the ultimate early game air rush machine. So this is a beautiful map for Zerg. Like, how can Zerg lose on this map? I mean, Terran has to go Vikings, which all they're good for is blowing up gloriously over hatcheries as Queens peck them away. There's Reapers kinda that can hop around and be annoying, but Queens are more than enough for that. So why even worry about Reapers? And Thors, what's a single Thor gonna do? He's got to sit in his base and shoot at Mutalisks that are harassing absolutely everything. He can't cover that much territory. So perfect Zerg map, best map ever.
You totally sold me.
I'm gonna go play this map right now. I think this is the best map ever for Terran because it's the closest in theme to the Terran campaign mission, where the lava actually comes up out of the ground and like roasts any units that are caught on the low ground. You can bait the Zerg into the lava. And I'm slowly going to transition into pretending that this map actually is that campaign map. And that's why it's best for Terran, because the Terrans just lure the Zerg into the lava over and over again. And it's so glorious. And you get all the achievements on brutal difficulty.
Right. And the reason it's good for Protoss is because you can harass their natural with Colossus and Stalker from the fucking low ground outside of it because it's so poorly made. Holy shit, this map.
Yeah, I think siege tanks.
Oh, you can float command centers to the it looks like an island expansion in the middle, right?
I don't remember that aspect. I do remember that siege tanks just were incredible on that map because you could plant them like really in a completely protected area, and they would just be shelling from miles away.
Terrible.
It wasn't a great map though. No, it was.
I can't believe your memory. It's crazy.
I don't even know what to say.
All right, say zero. Thank you for making us look at this piece of terrible history of StarCraft 2. Shampoo McTavish asks, What part about the Brood War scene of the olden days, like pre-StarCraft 2 Brood War, was better than what we have now? And what about the current Brood War scene is better than what we had in the olden days? In other words, what has the scene lost that you miss, and what has it gained that you appreciate?
I think what I'll start, and this kind of goes on with earlier things we talked about. I feel like it's lost a sense of that building towards something.
Okay.
Because it feels like, oh, esports has been established, and now we got to worry about League of Legends and Fortnite and whatever new whatever other new games coming out. Like, we really don't. Like, if you it's just like expectations got warped. Like 16 viewers was a lot of viewers back then for a live thing. And now, like, Artosis' stream regularly gets 1,200 and people are like, oh, dead game. And I'm like, really? Because that was a huge number 10 years ago. And honestly, I feel like now we're kind of in another golden, at least for Brood War. And honestly, like, how many tournaments did you just rattle off at the beginning of this cast? Like, this is far from a dead game, you know, but people still have that mentality of like, oh, we're not building into anything because we're waiting for StarCraft 3. And I'm like, you're not waiting for StarCraft 3. There's a lot to do here, and there's a lot to build into, and there's a lot to be excited about, in my opinion. So I feel like that's lost. What's been gained is just, man, there's like Twitch and YouTube and everything has made it so easy to get content. Like literally,
Patreon
and Patreon exists, so you can get
subs
paid
on Twitch.
yeah.
Like, people can actually be, and I'm not like, it's not from a greedy sense. It's like people couldn't do this crap back in 2005 because you had to live in your car to do it, you know, like, and it was just untenable. And now people can actually like do it and like and make a living off of it because of the infrastructure that's in place, which is amazing.
For a year now, I've been able to hop on Twitch and while I'm cooking dinner for my daughter and my wife, watch Artosis play games, and it's great. Like, also, I get preternaturally lucky because it always seems like you have like a really good game going on when I'm watching for some reason. Although the rage in your chat's a mess, I will say. I know you'll work on that, but
well,
it's always a good game. He plays StarCraft.
Yeah,
I would argue against that. How about you, Moletrap? What do you miss from the old days? What's good for the new days?
You know, this is actually brings up something that I kind of have been thinking about a lot with all this talk of nostalgia and stuff like that. This is I find this kind of interesting that, like, in 2005, before there was anything, like, if you were someone who discovered Korean esports, what was your dream, right? And I'll be curious if you had a different answer or an additional answer. But for me, what I think of is, like, for the average esports fan, the dream would be, and this is why we did all the English casts, because we wanted to create the dream for people, which the dream was having access to that world, being able to engage in and participate in that world. And basically that means, like, English casted professional tournaments and access to the gamers and ways to discuss them. And we have those. Like Diggity said, this is kind of the golden age of Brood War. Like, everything that we ever could have possibly wanted in 2005, we have the ASL, a professionally done tournament, which is catering to the English-speaking crowd with professional English casters that we can watch the VODs later easily, that we can support the players in, and we can go watch Bisu on Twitch or Afrika, and we can go watch Zero on Twitch, and we can watch Box. Like, there's so much access to these players that was hidden before too, that, like, if you are a fan of professional StarCraft and you want to follow it, I don't think there's ever been a better time to be able to do that.
Yeah,
basically,
that's a good
in that
point.
sense. Like,
I think BSL
never before have you been able to really consume as much and have as much access from multiple parts of the world as you do now. And that's I think really, really cool that like that we've really pushed hard for that dream, and we freaking made it happen.
Back in 2007, I remember the winner of the 2007 World Cyber Games was in control, and I remember trying to find all of the information I could around that, because I was really into the foreigner scene in as well as the Korean scene, because I was just interested in what was going on, particularly with American players. That's kind of expanded since then. But I was like, okay, where are the games where it was Skew versus In Control or whoever, and those just weren't available. Like Jaeyoon, I think won BSL three or 4 seasons ago, and he's doing tutorials now. Like on Twitch, he'll like go over like build orders and stuff, and he's number 1, number 2 Zerg in the United States, and that's a thing that happens now.
Yeah, that is sick.
It's just incredible. Yeah.
Yeah,
that is the one thing that
oh, go ahead.
the one thing that is a little bit lacking from my dream is as equivalent international competition. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
that's still a ways off, unfortunately. But yeah, no, the streaming nowadays is getting to watch the best players in the world actually just play on the ladder or against each other and seeing how they move and stuff. When I first moved over here, I would go to OSL qualifiers and MSL qualifiers and just stand behind like the best players in the world, and I was like,
Same.
I am the luckiest white guy on earth. Like, this is it right here. And now everyone can watch it, and it's like, oh, it's so amazing.
The video on my channel that has the most views of any of my videos is literally 15 minutes of me filming Jaedong's hands at a qualifier.
Yeah, see, that stuff's awesome. It's so good. That was the beginning of people being able to see it.
Like,
Is
not even the
then,
screen,
yeah.
just his hands.
That's so sick. Yeah, and no, that's what's great about nowadays is you get to watch these guys first person. I guess what's missing is the complete infrastructure that existed back in the prime. You know, obviously Pro League,
Pro League, MSL, OSL, Pro League, MSL, OSL.
Yeah, the Courage tournaments. There used to be practice houses and stuff for amateurs. There was a huge scene behind it. And the thing is, Africa TV is doing a good job. Like right now, we have ACS twice a year, which is an amateur tournament that's pretty good. We have ASL twice a year. That's a star league. It's not 6 star leagues. We have ASTL ran one time. You know, it's not as much as it used to be, but there's something, and it feels like Africa's building some of it, right? It feels like it's slowly ramping up a little bit. So
that's
yeah,
true.
maybe we can get some more of that infrastructure back too.
Do you think there's capacity for that though with the, you know, because back in, you know, 2010 or whatever, there was StarCraft was big enough that there was constantly new people picking it up and going by baby and becoming programmers at the age of 12. You know, like I don't feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't feel like there's that capacity anymore to like I don't think the player base can grow into that kind of infrastructure anymore.
I will throw it out. There's CPL that exists now, which is the Coach People League.
Yeah,
so
they're doing good work over there.
Yeah. If you just want to play the game for fun, there's the No Hunters free for all server. Honestly, the most fun I ever had playing competitive Brood War was free for alls. Like that was like I remember being in college and playing Brood War in my suite, and all of us would just hop in. We had 8 guys. We'd all hop in and we'd play free for all, and we'd just be yelling at each other like across the hall. Like, oh my god, I can't believe you! The alliances. It's fun. But yeah, and I do think we need to promote that better though. And also, that's also changing the mentality that if you lose, you have less status in the Brood War community, or if you're not you don't have a voice, or you suck, or go away. Like I think we need to put a cap on that pretty hard, which is just something that's always been around, and I think that's true for all esports. It's just it depends on what's new or not. I think it's the development cycle of the esport itself, how prevalent or whatever that is. Moletrap's dying.
I'm trying not to interrupt. They put Flash doing this on the stream. I like looked over.
Is great. All right. Shampoo McTavish, thanks for the good question. By the way, this is maybe the longest string of really good questions we've ever had in the Patreon questions. So
I'm gonna give Diggity credit for that.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the people leaving the questions, but moving on.
Forget them. It's
Diggity is inspirational.
Yeah, certainly is. Okay, some drunk Canadian asks, ever since the beginning of time, there has been much talk about balance. Some units have seen endless changes, Cyclone, and others outright removal, Mothership Core. How different would the game be if Blizzard never changed bunker build times? Sending much love from No Fun Hoover. I think.
Imagine a future where
Yeah.
everyone
So
is a Terran
In the
because
world.
no, it's
bunkers spread wall to wall.
Yeah. So that's like a meme within StarCraft 2 that because the bunker build time has been patched so many times. Like there was a period where it was changed like every patch for like over a year, and there was a lot of patches back then. So it's
I
kind
remember
of
a
funny.
video
Yeah.
really early on where I think it had gotten nerfed by a couple seconds and then got nerfed again. But someone released a video of like the bunkers next to each other.
Mhm.
Like someone just built a long stream across an entire map of bunkers,
I
and they
remember
basically
that.
did like
Oh, I remember that video.
the
Yeah.
teleportation of the Marines
Yeah.
across the bunker field. Like, see, it's Terran's unbeatable if you have the
Yeah.
bunkers. And it was like the response
Your
to
units
the
are never
bunker.
outside the bunker. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, they're never outside, and you can get them there super fast. You just all the way.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if they never changed it, it would
Every game would have
probably
been that.
be just a lot of bunker rushes. I don't remember the exact build time, but I know that at the beginning it built so fast it was really hard to stop. And the bunker rushes are still very strong nowadays. So it would probably Terran would probably be too strong if they never changed, I would say. Right. Thank you for the question, some drunk Canadian.
I remember when spawning pools were 150.
Yeah.
Yeah, around when I stopped playing.
Crazy times. Optional player asks, there was one game I can remember which got me into StarCraft 2, Rhett vs. Squirtle, Red Bull Battlegrounds 2012. That series made me say, holy smokes, this is the thing, I need to delve into this. What game was it for you, either through Brood War or StarCraft 2, that made you go, this is something I want to base my life around?
Hmm.
Oh, so what was the game where you guys were just like, ooh, I need to do it?
I was actually watching. So I was there were 3 players I really enjoyed watching early on, which was Nada, Stork, and GG Play. And GG Play got into the OSL finals, and he was playing against Iris. And they had a really incredible best of 5. And I was watching the VODs from that, and some roommates. Actually, it was, I think, Moletrap had the video up in his room, and I was watching it from his computer. And I think he was grabbing food around the corner. And a couple of his roommates at the time walked in, and they were like, "Oh, what's going on?" And that's when I just started sitting and saying, like, "Well, you see here, this is going to happen, and then this, and then like watch these dark swarms right here, because it's what's going to be critical is where he places these dark swarms and how effective they are." And it just like watch how GG Play places all of these dark swarms everywhere, and that is what is either going to win him or lose him this match, is army positioning and these dark swarms. And I'm like, yeah, this is pretty cool. I think I'm going to keep, like, I can explain this to people. I'm going to start commentating StarCraft. I think that was the moment I decided to start doing it. And also the moment where I'm like, this game's incredible.
Yeah.
I really love this game.
You're giving me chills because that was one of the best finals ever.
That was a
GG
great
against
final.
Iris. That was
a really fun series to watch.
amazing. That was such a good. Oh my god, that I think I watched that one live. That was yeah. What about you, Moletrap? What got you into it? What was the game where you're like, oh, I have to?
I think for me, the formative one was, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, like the real moment was actually just like literally watching Boxer micro wraiths against Scourge, and I was hooked. Like it was just a highlight video, and I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
But as far as
those
like
Korean programmers, right?
the Korean programmers and their AI was great. And they fixed Goliaths with their programming. No, he's just actually just moving him. Okay. I think for me, the formative series, speaking of like epic finals, was Stork versus Bisu in the MSL finals. Which is, I guess, a little bit weird because it was a PvP, but for me, that was just, I think it was just because, like, not necessarily the games as much as that was maybe like the first time that I really got caught up in the whole story of the Star League and the drama, and the Bisu was unbeatable and Stork was the challenger and the underdog. And then they played this epic series that I still remember to this day also, that like not all the details, but like I remember like game 2 Stork did this crazy ass like double robo shuttle reaver build that was like ridiculous and was like dropping 4 Reavers in Bisu's base, and then game 5 was this like epic macro match on that one map with the weird middle choke, and it was just like this crazy game where it came down to mining out the whole map, and it came down to like Stork was trying to mine at one of the last bases in the middle of the map, and like Bisu had like 5 units and Stork had 2 and no money, and so like Bisu was able to like plant a Reaver within range of those minerals so Stork couldn't mine, and get distance mining to another base that had a few mineral patches left, and that was the game. And like just how like crazy. So that was the series for me that was like, this is absolutely epic and amazing. And then feeling so disappointed when I found out later that Stork had forgotten to research Goon Range, and he would have won that MSL easily if he just freaking pressed Goon Range 40 minutes earlier than the end of the game, because it was like a
King of Silver at the time.
Anyway, so yeah, and like I said, it was partly just because it was really cool builds, and like, and just the fact that it was, and because it was a mirror matchup, it meant that it was just skill versus skill, and preparation versus preparation, and that for me kind of represented like the ridiculous height of capacity of doing something and focus on a certain task that they had. And like for me, that's why I loved it, was partly just because it was like, just, you know, it's like watching any master craftsman do what they do, but in this case it was something that it was master craftsmen you know, doing the most epic play imaginable of something that I personally love because I'd played it before and could appreciate and understand it as well. And so that's the answer that's longer than I expected to be, but there you go.
Oh, that's a good answer. Yeah, for
How about you,
me,
Artosis?
yeah, I gotta go pretty far back for this. So the game or the games that got me to be like, I just have to do StarCraft, because I was playing a bit of StarCraft before. I don't know why we're showing me winning Hearthstone on the stage there.
Was that what that is?
Yeah. And but yeah, so basically for
like, why are they
me,
showing Hearthstone?
yeah,
Champion.
oh, poor Crip, look at him, he's so sad. But
He can wipe the tears away with his money. It's okay.
no, we didn't win any money for that, unfortunately. The next year, the winner got 100K though. Nice.
Oh,
$0. I do still have the metal cup, although it got bent in my suitcase on the way home. So for me, how I got hooked on StarCraft at the beginning, like I was playing some, you know, with some friends and stuff, but then I stumbled upon on the BattleNet website. This was before videos, the streaming video existed on the internet. So this was like maybe 1999, I want to say it was. There was the tournament going on, the BattleNet Championships, and it had players like Jolly and Kane the Feared and Crazy Jim Lizard and XDsgur and B-Blade Leader and all them. And every day I would come home from school and check the website to see if there was a new battle report, to see if the next round was played. And that was the tournament that Gur beat B-Blade Leader in the finals. I remember the showdown game. I remember everything about it. It was amazing. And so those battle reports, those are what, like, when I was reading those, I was like, I have to do this. Like, I have to be one of the best players at this game. This is too cool. This is too awesome. So yeah, that's what
I think it's
one of the admins for Battle Reports was a good friend of ours. And in the SC2 beta, they ran, I don't know why they thought this was a good idea. They decided to do a quick like 2v2 tournament amongst all the people that were there. And at the time, there was like a lot of rivalry between Team Liquid and SC2GG. And we had basically 3 representatives because Psionic Reaver came in with that guy, I think for battlereports.com.
He was there with Battle Reports.
But he wasn't a StarCraft player, and so Moletrap went with Psionic Reaver, and who was by far the best player there, outside of like David Kim, who came in and kicked our butts left and right when he was like doing stuff. But
sort of.
Yeah, and then and also, but the guy, he actually went on to be staff for Riot Games before League of Legends got big. But anyway, I taught him a really quick. I'm like, does 2-gate still work for Protoss? I'm like, 2-gate still works. I'm like, this is the build you're gonna do. Just doing 2-gate. This is how 2v2 works. And then I think I stole a build from like Ranged. I think someone on the light 2v2 team where it's like an in-base Harry, and I'm like, does this build still work? I'm like, that still works. So that's what we did all the way basically to the second place match.
Nice.
It felt good because we were able to knock out the Team Liquid team, and we were like, yeah, C2GG won something that means nothing. Out of the top two, whatever thing. But there were a lot of like people that just obviously were not RTS players, so we looked amazing comparatively to them.
Oh
And I'm
yeah.
like, I'm not that good at this game, but they're like, you're so good. And I'm like, we're really not comparatively. I think that shifted something with unit amounts, because Psionic Reaver at some point, when just in one of the free-for-alls, built like 1 million Mutalisks to the point where he was literally just flying around and one-shotting Nexus. Nexus is Greek. Anyway, whatever. I think it's Nexus. I think this came up once where it was like, what's the plural of Nexus? And it's not Latin. It's actually like Greek. So it's like Nexus, but whatever. But he was flying around and like one-shotting Nexi, whatever, as he was Nexuses. And they're like, yeah, we actually got to put some sort of limit on how large your army can be in a single control group. And it's still bigger than StarCraft Brood War, but they're like, yeah, I can't have it be infinite at this stage.
There's a unit cap on the
I don't know if there is. I know that you can have your army in it, like your entire army, but maybe there's like because you can get more than 200 supply in certain.
Maybe I'm off on that. They did something to the Mutalisk because of that, because it was ridiculous. It was insane.
That's what Tasus was saying when they announced that you could hold things. He's like, people are going to fly around with 40 mutas in a group, and it's going to be gross.
Exactly gross.
That's well, that's how Psionic Reaver and I won that tournament. Remember earlier we were talking about one person distracts and the other go for killing blow. Every single game, Psionic Reaver 2-gated, and I macroed and got mutas. And just when Psionic Reaver was starting to die because it was 2 versus 1, I came in with 20 mutas and killed them.
Yeah,
every single game.
Championship from us, so I gotta give it to him. To be fair though, I had a player who did not play RTS, and I taught him how to 2-gate in like 15 minutes and made it to the final.
Oh yeah,
pretty proud of that.
Nice. All right. Excellent. Thank you for the question, optional player. All right, looks like we have 2 questions left here. Oblivious rather asks, Blizzard had discovered how to equip a historical figure from any time period with a universal translator, a basic understanding of computers if needed, and a fiery passion for StarCraft 2. They're funding a promo series where a pro coaches the famous person up to GM. Who do you cast for each role? Okay, so any human ever to have lived, get to try to be a pro gamer. Who is it?
Caesar.
Okay, yeah.
Going with Jesus, the Son of God's gonna come down.
Jesus. Oh, that's good.
He doesn't even need to do anything. He just grabs the guy. He's like, you're the best Brood War player in the world now. And instantly he has that, and then he just sits there, grabs some water, drinks some wine, and walks away. Easy.
Oh
no, for
I can't answer that. Yeah. I can't come back. Jesus just wins, doesn't it?
For more
to be fair, Caesar was before Jesus, so you know.
That's true. You got
he didn't know what he was up against yet.
Huh.
Are we picking the player, the person?
I was gonna say something like Mozart. I'm like some child genius because they got to start young, right?
Actually, maybe Sun Tzu would be really good too, Art of War, because there's a lot of I don't know.
But I feel like, well,
Tokugawa.
I don't know enough about Sun Tzu actually, but I know that Caesar is famed as being one of the tactically best and most resourceful commanders of all time. So
actually, I would Napoleon Bonaparte probably. That guy was a genius.
Napoleon as well, yeah.
He'd be a macro beast, right?
Yeah, seriously, that guy would be.
That guy would love banelings.
Also, he, like on his side, he like did a lot of study of terrain and whatnot and maps, so he would know his maps like in and out. He'd really get the terrain aspect.
But see, Caesar was known for having his army like construct fortifications and stuff really effectively, more effectively than had ever been done before. He would, by playing, reduce the bunker build time by half just inherently. So he would automatically win with the bunker rush.
Look, I would love to
circle.
see Caesar against Jesus in StarCraft 2. This would be amazing. I would truly enjoy this. Thank you for the question, Oblivious.
Caesar's
That
up
was
for
a good one.
revenge. Take down the Roman Empire, I take down you.
Oh
All
man.
right. One last question here, guys. Fridge Raider asks, I'm not sure if this was already answered in the show, and I'm mostly sure this has been asked to other guests of the show before, but I wanted to hear our current guests' answers about what match they've casted or seen that they would like to relive fresh again, and what made the match special.
Ooh.
This is questions like this I want to dub the Battlestar Galactica question, because anytime I meet someone who hasn't seen Battlestar Galactica, I'm like, oh, you're so lucky.
Yeah, that's a great
I
show.
wish I could erase my brain that part of it and rewatch this thing.
Yeah.
Nice. There's a couple
Oh,
series
man.
I feel that way about.
Huh?
Couple moments, yeah. There's also the moment I already brought up
You
with
know
Puma.
what?
I would love to relive
Oh.
that. There was actually a really fun game I cast randomly that Hasuabs was in
Mhm.
in StarCraft 2, and I think I was casting with Kaldor remotely. He was like in Germany doing the cast at the time, but it was just a really fun game to cast, and I really enjoyed casting with him and doing it. And part of it is and I'm trying to remember who Hasuabs played in that series, which is sad because usually anyway, like, yeah, this is the one I want to redo, and then I'm like, yeah, I remember this random map from all, and then I can't remember this match. But he was just, I really enjoyed casting Hasuabs because of his grit in StarCraft 2, because he would find ways to win games, which was rare in StarCraft 2, I felt, just because of the way the game works, kind of comparatively. And so I just liked I enjoyed casting him a lot and being really gritty with those and that's for StarCraft 2 for some of his games, and this is Jimmy. As far as a Brood War cast, there was that Jangbi game versus was it versus Nada? The Infinite
Yes,
Storms.
if you're talking about the Storms, yes, it was
that
versus
game.
It was versus our poor little guy Nada.
Yeah, I did it with Moletrap, and that Infinite Storm moment was just amazing.
Yeah.
And I wish I could cast that game again, because the storms started leveling out and Moletrap was like freaking out and like doing like, ah! And I'm just sitting there like, this is beautiful. This is incredible right here. What's happening? Yeah. Someone will bring that clip up and play it, I'm sure. That was a good game. I wish I could rewatch that fresh.
Are we talking about just rewatching the game fresh, or are we talking about reliving the experience fresh?
Yeah, you can do the experience.
Because I don't have Diggitysc memory, and I can't remember most of the awesome games, so I could watch them fresh again right now anyway. You know,
that's actually a good point. Yeah,
like there's a couple series that stick out, but I actually like I maybe I should feel bad, but I don't remember GG Play Iris as well as you guys do, and so I could probably watch it right now and be kind of surprised by the crazy stuff that was
you would be
on.
surprised. It was a crazy match. You got to do that.
It was a
great. Cast that one for your YouTube. That's a good one.
I might. Well, what I've been trying to do is basically like from 2008 to 2012, between us and folks like Nuke the Stars, and then later folks like Sail, like everything got casted. So I'm trying to focus on like, well, what hasn't been casted yet, and like create new stuff. So, but I am looking for recommendations actually, as far as like, because I'm starting next week. I'm going to start from the beginning of an OSL and follow it through, and so I'm looking for recommendations about like what OSL would be the best one to do.
I got you. The one where Boxer
Don't tell me the result.
beat Boxer.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's a spoiler. It's okay.
Yeah, no, it's a 2004 OSL.
Okay.
Got a lot of
with
emotion.
I Love Uv and Boxer in it, Reach is in it. It's
didn't Boxer?
It's the best OSL ever, I think.
Didn't Boxer beat Uv in a finals before that too?
I can't recall exactly, but it was like it was.
I actually wish I could reset my mind for that, because I watched that on YouTube before I knew the context, and so it was like spoiled for me before.
Yeah,
also,
and watching the whole tournament was like.
I'm going to throw in an additional question, which is there one you wish you could do over, like just reset it and do it over? And I'm going to answer my own. I'll answer my own after you guys go.
Well, I just want to mention, so I guess to finish answering that question, if I'm talking about experiences rather than games, there's a couple, like the experiences that stand out most to me are not necessarily about the games as much as the hype or like the surroundings or stuff like that. Like, and actually, Jongbi versus Zero,
That was a good series.
when in the semifinals before he went in the TVing OSL, the last OSL, I was in the studio in the end of that, and that was not the Infinite Storm, but there was a moment where Zero was gonna win, and Jongbi just performed a miracle with his High Templar, and everyone, 300 people in the OSL studio erupted, just absolutely went insane and lost their minds and started chanting Jongbi's name, and it was just absolutely amazing. And like, I'm getting nerd chills just like thinking about it. And actually, I have a video that I took during those moments. So if you want those like, I've watched this video like 50 times, and every single time I get nerd chills remembering that moment. Like, so for me, it's
upload
those.
that, man. That's awesome.
No, it's
I wanna
on.
see it.
I'm saying it's on YouTube.
Shit, link it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go find it.
I'll find it in a
Tweet
minute.
it at me so I can see it. Damn it.
All right.
How about for you, Artosis? Oh, and is
but,
there? Yeah,
well,
go ahead. Sorry.
the other thing I was going to mention is, and it's like kind of cheesy to mention this, but another time that stands out to me as being a really hype moment was actually Boxer versus Avenge, the nukes go land on his army moment, because for me that was more than just the game. For me, that was in this new game of StarCraft 2, can the men who built this industry still remain viable? Like, because that was the game. It was game 3 for Boxer to qualify for the next round and to stay in the next season of GSL. And so for me, it was like more than just the game. It was also just like the legend versus the newcomer, the longevity of the legendary class, and like just so much wrapped up into that. And on top of that, he got the most epic EMPs ever in the history. Like, the EMPs freaked me out even more than the nuke because they were just so amazing. And like, just with a single fell swoop, Boxer's like just ability to execute the most genius thing won him the game, and that's what made him famous, and that's what like grew esports in general, was people watching him because he did cool stuff like that. And like, in that moment, he brought his flair to the game and showed everyone like why StarCraft was cool in StarCraft 2. And so it was like so much wrapped up in like that game in that moment for me. And so like, those are the times that I wish I could relive, just because it was like just such an epic moment of life, more than just the game itself, I guess. So anyway.
Yeah, for reliving, I think I remember one of the times I was really super hyped that I would love to feel it again was when a bunch of the pros went to MLG, and it was like kind of this amazing moment to see the Korean pros that never had traveled outside of Korea really for a match, like go play. And then like, I remember when Nada won and he went out on stage, he goes, "I am Nada," and I was just like fucking tears in my eyes. I'm like, this is too cool. This is amazing. And
When was
I
that?
can't
Was
remember the games, so I probably could go watch them fresh again. But like, that whole environment, that whole moment was really awesome to have the Koreans over there for.
What year was that?
Had to be maybe 2011 or 2012. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cause I think they came over for BlizzCon in
Yeah, that was
2010
another good moment.
or 9 or
Yeah,
something like
there were
that.
some. You're right. Yeah.
I was standing next to Bisu when that was happening, actually.
But in that BlizzCon though, they like played like a couple games and it wasn't as big of a.
I'm standing next to Bisu like while the BlizzCon event and all these people are cheering, and I'm like, StarCraft 2 is going to be okay, and he's like, I'm not playing this game, forget it. Making that decision next to me.
Damn.
Now, but you had been living in Korea by that point, so you hadn't like had the same kind of encounters with the programmers, so you were still kind of like awestruck with them.
No, I wasn't awestruck. It was more like I've always felt for the foreign scene. I've I'm a foreigner
Okay.
myself, and like to see that all kind of come together because like I got to go to Korea and I got to bring some content to people they wouldn't get otherwise and stuff, and live a lot of moments that other people didn't get to live. But that doesn't, to see the two worlds combine, I thought
Yeah.
was like a very, very cool thing, very
I see. Yeah,
strong, powerful moment because it was like
I
it
like
wasn't
that.
just like guys, I get to live inside of the bubble. It's like here's the bubble, guys. It's for everybody. It's like yeah,
Yeah.
Nice. That's awesome.
yeah.
Reminds me of
Okay.
another one. I had a random
Yeah.
game. I think SC for All hired me to do it, and I wasn't qualified to do it at the time. But it was like a bunch of B Team Eastro players
Mhm.
versus like the best of the foreigners. So
Oh, I
like
remember that
That was
series.
cool stuff,
JF
wasn't
was
it?
there,
Yeah,
Noonie,
Jeff.
and this guy Melon just tore through the first four
Yeah.
competitors, and then JF was the first guy. There's two guys left. It was JF and Noonie, and JF put up a really good fight.
Mm.
Yeah, but the Eastro just like slaughtered him, right?
Yeah, it was just Melon just slaughtered everybody. He was like one guy.
This B teamer
JF
just
put a
all
really
killed
good
the all-star team
fight,
of the foreigners.
lost, and then Noonie went in, and I was casting that, and one of my roommates was literally standing behind my back watching while that game was going on, and Noonie managed to pull off a win.
Oh.
And on Blue Storm, and he was like, "Yes!" And I'm like, "Shut up," because it was like going out to like. But I felt the exact same way. I was like, "That's way to go, Noonie, pulling at least a game out and showing some foreigner pride
I always
overall."
rooted for Noonie.
Yeah.
He's great. Love that guy.
Hope he's doing well.
He streams
He's been
StarCraft
streaming some
StarCraft
too,
Star too,
right?
actually. Yeah, he has
Yeah.
been. Very cool. All right. Well, that's all of our Patreon questions, which means that's about it for the show, guys. This has
All right.
been amazing, and
I have
that
really
one
flew
more.
by. We've
I
been
have
sitting
one-
here for 4 hours.
I have one
My
more
And it
wife
question
doesn't
for
feel
you,
that way.
Artosis.
Huh?
It's been 4 hours?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we started at 5 something, and it's like 9:30.
Jesus.
The
I
PST
have one more question for you, Artosis,
Yeah.
because this is something I was thinking about earlier. We were talking about the differences and stuff like that, and I'm really curious what you think about this because I don't have the context. Flash now versus Flash 2010, who wins?
Yeah. So, Flash now wins.
Is the level of play now better, equal to, or has the fact that the system hasn't been in place like made it lower? Like, is the best StarCraft ever played behind us or in front of us?
It is in front of us. Let me extrapolate on that a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've said this for quite a while now that I think that players are stronger now than they've ever been, and that I would say that is definitely true. But that training regimen that's gone and that constant building of new pros, I think that if that had stayed in place, people would be even better right now.
That's true. Yeah.
They'd be even stronger right now. But
Yeah.
at the same time, the joint culture of streaming and open communication between pros, I think, has helped us strategically jump pretty far. I think that that's helped. It's really interesting because when you think about it, before, if there's 8 or 9 pro teams, let's say that there is one genius, maximum 2 geniuses on a team, so they don't really work together. Nowadays, all the fucking geniuses watch each other play.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, damn, everyone just learns from each other all the time. So I think that helps. And I do want to throw out there because a lot of people are like, no, they were better back then. And it's like, well, they practiced harder and they had a better regimen. And I think if that kept up or that reinstituted, they'd get a lot better than what they're at. But even Flash said, because people ask him this a lot, apparently, he said, he's like, no, I'm the best I've ever been. That's it.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm also gonna do a follow-up on that, like Foreigner Brood War back in 2007, 8, 9, 10 was hard to watch, and it definitely, you could tell this isn't like high-level professional stuff. When I watch even like mid-level Foreigner Brood War now, it looks like 2009, 2010 Korean play.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Really?
Honestly, watching, yeah, absolutely. And watching you, Artosis, even over the last year, you've improved in the last year for sure. And I'm hoping you get that qualifier coming up. I'm rooting for you every time.
Me too, but
and I know
I'm a bit off on that, but definitely people are way better now, especially in foreigners. In
and
the
I think
foreigner world.
Yeah. And I think that also gives a big advantage to the foreigner community now, because back then watching foreigner games was just it was harder than it was watching the Korean pros. But
Yeah.
now, because the level of play of everybody has kind of gone up, watching even like the live streams of foreigners now at the mid and up level, mid good level up, so like B plus up, it's B plus up. Like, it's good games, and it's really
Yeah.
fun to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's just very watchable compared to
Yeah.
what it was back then.
True.
So I feel like it's for Foreigner Brood War. There's a lot of hope now, because I think there's good matches to watch and like BSL is great, in my opinion. Like, I think if you took BSL and plopped it out of time and put it back then, it would have been like, people have been like, oh, this is so watchable. Comparatively, yeah.
Definitely agree with that. Definitely. Like, I think
can
if you
agree with
take
that.
an A-level foreigner right now, they'd be the best foreigner back in the day before StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Anyone in A-level would just fucking mop the floor with everybody. It's like the level has drastically increased. Yeah.
It's actually why we need more players to get in and just play the game, so we can fill in those bottom rungs for everybody else.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
do your
Let's
part.
just go around trying to convince people
Say
to
that to
start
me, you
playing a
can't
23-year-old game.
Hype. I'm doing
This
that while
is-
I'm like, you know what I should do? I should just start playing Zerg and just only play ZVZ and only go like 5 pool and be like, this is the game I'm playing now. And people will know that's what I'm doing, but at least I'll be able to get the games in.
Someone told me that, Zero, right? Someone told me he got S rank only for pooling. I didn't verify this. I didn't message him yet. But that's amazing. That's like, whoa. There's nothing easier in the game than doing nothing. Attack move.
Yeah, that's actually one of my. Right now I can't play as much as I want because I gotta wait for my daughter to fall asleep. And then it's like I got other things to do, or I'm doing a 2v6 with Moletrap over there, or something like more relaxing to actually get up through the night. But yeah, I don't know.
That is something that has not changed in 20 years. Is that when Diggity and I want to hang out, we pull up 6 AIs on BGH and we
just stomp them. Yeah, it's nice. It's relaxing, cathartic.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Totally.
Anyway, this was great. I really enjoyed myself.
This has been an amazingly fun kind of throwback. I really can't believe that we went over 4 hours with this, because it really doesn't even feel like that. But that is it. That is the whole show. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on. I'm going to ask you both to kind of shout out whatever channels or social media or whatever people can find you more. Yeah, Diggity, tell us where can people find more of you? Like, if people are like, oh my God, it's Diggity's back.
Is he supposed to shout out himself or like everyone he thinks himself?
Myself? Are you kidding me? No, if you want to find me, where you're gonna find me most of the time is in Artosis's chat, in like G5, Machine, 80s Mullet, Sham 2. I'm gonna be, and occasionally there's like Crimson Blue does Slay the Spire stuff, which is a really fun game. I highly recommend it. I'm hanging out in those Twitch channels, watching stuff and chatting and working most of the time, but I'm there a lot. There's the eBay, the engineering bay that I've started there. I'm also chatting and plotting with those guys there. Feel free to join us. And then, doing what I can here and there. I also want to encourage everybody to sub to this guy right here, Artosis, because he's the man out in Korea doing this for a living, and support Moletrap.
Where can they find his Twitch channel?
Yeah, that's a good question. Where can they find it? But yeah, I haven't streamed in a bit, so I'm on Twitter. But like, honestly, most of the stuff I'm doing on Twitter is just retweeting the people where I'm like, this is good, retweet. So I guess if you want like a quick summary feed of what's going on that I think is interesting, you can just follow me on Twitter. But follow Artosis and Moletrap instead. I'm relegated to like fathering and trying to do my job in the interim.
I get you. Moletrap, how about you? Where can people find more?
Yeah, Twitter, Moletrap, Twitch, Moletrap, YouTube, user/Moletrap. Yeah, I mean, if you just go to Twitter, I've got the links there, I guess. I'll just say a couple quick things about like what I'm up to in case you're curious. On Twitch lately, I've been actually going back through the StarCraft 1 campaigns. And that's been kind of interesting, because like the 10-year anniversary of StarCraft 2, I was like, oh, interesting. And I realized I wanted to play all 9 campaigns in a row. So I'm kind of working my way through them. But since I was a history teacher, I'm also adding in some socio-political analysis of like Mengsk's nationalism and his takeover of the Terran Dominion and stuff
political.
like that.
He
as
did
I'm
nothing
doing it.
wrong, right? That's what
Nothing wrong.
word on the street is. Manx did nothing wrong.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that.
There's no Zerg threat.
So there's no Zerg threat. He made it all
It's
up.
just overblown.
No, but actually, I didn't even remember that. That was actually part of the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Mhm.
Mengsk like utilizes anyway? So
Yeah.
Yep.
One other thing I want to mention is this. I'll try and be quick about this. So Diggity can go to bed or whatever.
I gotta eat dinner still.
Oh shit! Sorry. Well, we'll
no,
be
it's
done in
okay.
like 2 seconds.
This
All
has
right.
been well worth it. Yeah.
So we're in a really, really interesting time right now. Like I said, I was a teacher, and so this is a subject that's interesting to me, and I just want to mention it in case anyone like listening wants to like think about it too. But like, in the last 3 or 4 months, every teacher in school has had to try to figure out how to do classes online, right? And it's crazy. It's like I find myself in this position where I'm like listening to all these teachers and stuff, and they're like, "How do I do this? How do I do this?" And I'm like, gamers have been building this infrastructure and skill for the last 10 years. And so that's kind of the outside of the commentary stuff, that's the main like thing that I'm kind of investing myself in right now is the project of like trying to match those skills up and being like, how can we utilize all of these tools that gamers are already come up with and, you know, match them with all of these people, not just teachers, but people in general in almost every industry are like now trying to figure out how to do this stuff. And it's like, it's already there. So I don't know. There's just some, you know, if look me up, send me a DM if it's something that you're interested in, or if you have a class or a district and you want more help or something like that. I'm actually trying to do, I'm doing some like consulting work since I have 10 years plus experience in education and like helping districts with that stuff and teachers. And so I know it's kind of random, but I just kind of, so it didn't really come up,
Sure.
but I just want to mention that because that's something that I think just in general is a cool opportunity for people that like all of us that are watching Twitch. We already kind of know how this stuff works. Like
Mm.
if you use OBS and you stream for your friends and you have a friend that's a teacher, like go teach them how to set up OBS so they can like show their class videos instead of just like talking to the screen for 4 hours a day and stuff like that. Because like we as gamers are like specifically in a position to help right now. Like like this is the time where like gamers actually have been building up the skills that have suddenly become like what everyone needs. So I don't know, just a thought. So
Cool.
Twitter/Moletrap, all my links are there. DM me, make fun of me, do whatever you want.
All right, don't make fun of them.
And
Great.
actually just follow
Yeah.
Diggity instead of me.
There you go. Yeah, I get on board with that. Follow Diggity. All right. Yeah, that about does it, guys. This was just a very pleasureful episode for me.
Yeah, man.
This was really enjoyable.
This was super fun. I hope we can do it again sometime.
Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Big shout out to the Pylon Show crew, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, super,
You guys
yeah.
were great.
They're making it. They're
Yeah.
fantastic.
Cobra,
and
I put him through the paces this episode for sure.
And
yeah.
even though I kind of was sarcastic about it before, thank you definitely for all the good questions. That was cool.
Yeah.
It was
yeah,
a really cool way to end with like a whole different variety of like random stuff to think about and talk about and go through and that kind of thing. That's awesome.
That's right. Patreons, thank you so much, guys, for the support of the show. Check out patreon.com/ThePylonShow. Yeah, and they were great questions this week, so thanks so much for that, guys. I think it added a lot.
I want to
That's
forget Alessander. I'm realizing I didn't mention
Yes.
Alessander.
part of the staff here at Pylon Show. So thanks.
So yeah,
Go
you
back
see
to- go
Artosis,
back-
but keep in mind Cobra Alessander right there making it
Yes.
happen.
Go
And
back
even
and
more
watch-
behind the scenes.
Just go back and watch episode 100, and they like talked about everyone. I had no idea how many freaking many people were involved
Oh, I know.
in this,
Yeah,
this
yeah. It's a lot.
situation.
Pylon Show's a
So-
big production, guys. All right, that does it. Thank you guys for watching. Definitely check out our Matcherino as well, and we're gonna run that, show you guys a little bit more about that. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next week. Guys, let me talk to you a bit about Wicked Cuts. That's Cuts with a Z. These guys make premium craft jerky with lots of flavors. There's original peppered beef jerky and teriyaki turkey that are 100% natural ingredients and are gluten-free. You like something a little bit more sweet? Orange teriyaki beef, applewood bacon jerky, bam, done, easy. Or are you more into spicy food like me? What about sriracha-style bacon and volcanic jalapeno beef, or as I like to call it, hot lava jalapeno? Those sound good. Or maybe you're one of those psychos who can handle things that make normal people's mouths melt. The things that make people cry, that they wonder why you eat it. Well, then there's Carolina Killa. And I think you know what that's spiced with. The Carolina Reaper, Scorpion, and Ghost Peppers. Seriously, though, if you try this one, let me know. I want to hear what that one's like. It sounds wild. Listen, check out the quest for Wicked Cuts on our events page on Matcherino. Thanks for checking it out. All right, so listen up. G Fuel. These guys have been around in esports for a good amount of time. I remember the first time that I saw them was when they started sponsoring IEM many, many years ago. So that's my little trip down memory lane. Now let's bring you down memory lane with a new flavor from G Fuel. Bubblegum. I remember bubblegum stuff from my childhood, and you should as well. Why don't you give this one a try? Not sold yet? That's okay. Guess what? No sugar, 0 sugar. Okay, that's good. We know, everyone knows that's good. It's got antioxidants. Isn't that the stuff in green tea? Yeah, that's the stuff in green tea. And vitamins? Oh God, can you get any better in an energy drink? So listen, check it out. Check it out on our event page. And yeah, big cheers to G Fuel.
Shout out to the Pylon Show, the greatest show on the internet.
Thank you, everyone. See you next week.